Good morning. I'm Deb Wake, the president of the League of Women Voters of Virginia, and it is my honor to invite you all this morning to our virtual platform. Sadly, we're not together today, but great to have so many of you here with us this morning on a Saturday morning. Our first virtual event was 2 years ago, and we learned how to use the Zoom platform for that council. So we've come a long way in 2 years, and thank you for jumping into this new technology. Reminding everyone that only those who are registered as delegates for their respective leagues or for the state board have the opportunity to vote. Everyone else is willing to be an observer, and you can still put your questions into the chat, but please do not vote. That'll just cause us a little more work to get that sorted out. And as I mentioned before, questions and points of order should be put into the chat. And with that, we'll get started with our roll call. Welcome Arlington, Joan Port President, Arlington and Alexandria, Joan Port President.
Thank you. We are very excited this year that our high school registrations have expanded into the English classes as well as the usual civics classes and lunchrooms. Our high school voter registration is up 35% from our last pre-COVID in-person registration from 2020. We also now have student chapters in all the major high schools in Arlington, and we're working on Alexandria City. Our civics committee is working with the library systems to do voter registration and information, and we will be conducting a program for the developmentally disabled people served by the ARC of Northern Virginia. Voter Girl has adopted their program for Girl Scouts in a virtual platform, and now they're back to an in-person, so the Girl Scout troops will have both options. Our podcast people are working with the Election Security Committee and the Redistricting Committee, and then we will do a podcast on the county and city budget processes. Affordable Housing is working with the Missing Middle Project of Arlington, and our observer corps are very active in Vision Zero, our transportation program, and the environmental tree canopy projects in Arlington. Thank you.
Thanks, Joan. Next, Charlottesville Area League, Pat Cochran, President. Pat, you are muted.
Hi, it's Pat Cochran from Charlottesville. We have been very busy this past year. In spite of COVID, we have a new healthcare committee that's been working with the National League's healthcare committee, and we have early childhood education committee that's been very active. And our voter services has been working on high school voter registration programming and voter registration, other voter registration efforts. We have a gun violence prevention committee that's been active for a number of years now that continues to partner with other local organizations and in a very active way. So we're very proud of them. And we also have a natural resource committee that has been working with our local county program planning committee to try to include climate action in their deliberations while reviewing proposals. And I thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat. Fairfax Area League, Anu Sahai and Pat Fegge, co-presidents.
Hi, I'm Pat Fegge. I'm just pulling up my report. So wonderful to see you all this morning. The League of Women Voters of the Fairfax area, as of today, we have 402 members, and our members conducted almost 200 voter registration drives at local farmers markets, area festivals, COVID vaccination clinics, new citizen events, and high schools. In addition, we held a countywide National Voter Registration Day event at all 21 Fairfax County Public Libraries. We also visited local senior residents to assist people with voter registration, mail-in ballot requests, and witness signatures. We arranged and held 6 virtual candidate forums for the Virginia House of Delegates. These forums were posted on our website so people who could not attend the virtual sessions could view the forums. We held successful our fall general meeting and our spring annual meeting. They were both virtual and well attended. We wrote, printed, and distributed information material free to the public through events, libraries, and governmental offices. Facts for voters, quick reference guide for voters, what's on the ballot. That was so popular, we had to reprint it twice, and what officials we're voting for this year. And 2 of our members represented our league on the Fairfax Redistricting Advisory Board. We were also represented by 3 of our members on the Fairfax CEDAW Working Group. This group worked tirelessly for the passage of the resolution supporting CEDAW by the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors. Our members wrote 3 informational reports: Virginia's new cannabis laws, Native Americans and the vote, the League of Women Voters, and reparations, part 1. These were published in our newsletter, Fairfax Voter, discussed in unit meetings, and they're also published on our website. In addition, our units read and discussed White Privilege, Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack, and Invisible Women, Exposing Database in a World Designed for Men. And again, this material is on our website. During the 2022 legislative session, we organized Zoom meetings with 6 of our delegates over Zoom. And we have now just completed a membership survey to gather input from our members. And we are now using this information to determine how we can work with our members even better in the future. Even with all the COVID restrictions, we feel that we had a very productive year.
Thanks, Pat. Next, we'll hear from Falls Church, Allison Brown, President.
Hi, Falls Church has had a pretty busy year. We have about 100 members, and our jurisdiction, our part of Falls Church, has about 14,000 people. So we're, a very small suburb. We've had a number of programs. We had a virtual program with one of our city council members to do an informal question and answer session. We had a virtual session with Delegate Marcus Simon and had a question and answer session with him in December. Then we did an environmental program for Earth Day this year. And we also actually had a Falls Church City Budget 101 program where our assistant city manager walked us through the budget process. And it was timed about a month before the public meeting process started, to where the city council works through all the issues to form our budget. And that, most of our programs are up on the website. And I think especially that Budget 101 program will be helpful for people who move into the city of Falls Church and want to start getting engaged, but don't know where to start. We also did a couple of voter registration events and interacted with, we have a high school chapter at our local high school called Meridian High School. And we also did voter education at one of the large multifamily buildings in Falls Church that has, a good number of first-generation immigrants, second-generation immigrants, and we handed out voter information in both English and Spanish. So we're looking forward to another busy year.
Great, thanks, Allison. Fredericksburg, Diane Shea, President, is not here. Kathy, do you have a few things to share about your league? As the incoming president, just a few highlights of your year. And you're muted.
Yes, I do have something to say. We are now up to 57 members. We're thrilled about that. This year we distributed the facts for voters, and we're in the process of distributing it again in a couple of weeks. We had a candidate forum for the city election. And Voter Services has significantly increased high school registrations. We have 5 districts, not just the city of Fredericksburg, Stafford, Spotsylvania, King George, and Caroline. And our Voter Services coordinator, Sue Botts, has just done a wonderful job registering the high school students. And also she started the registrations at the local food bank. We had a Zoom program with 2 of our delegates, Virginia delegates, and we are looking forward to 2023, the coming year.
Thanks so much, Kathy. Our next league is Loudoun County, Priscilla Godfrey, president. And I'm not sure if I saw Priscilla yet. So let's,
I'm
you
here.
are good, thank you.
It's there.
There she is.
Just figuring out how to unmute myself. Well, we didn't have much success with the high schools because of COVID and whatnot. So we moved on to colleges, and we visited a couple of times 2 local colleges. And then we moved on to libraries. Loudoun has quite a few libraries, and we hit those. And now we're working on the senior centers in the county. And we also had members serve on the child care study committee, and I was on the public education committee, and I'm so glad that some funds are in the budget for school construction. Thanks.
Thanks, Priscilla. We would like to hear from the Lynchburg League, Jennifer Gauthier and Jennifer Woofter, co-presidents.
Hi, everybody. I'm so glad to be here this morning. I am reporting on behalf of myself and my co-president, Jennifer Woofter. I'm joined today also by another delegate, a longtime lifetime member, Carla Heath, who was my colleague and mentor at Randolph College. So it's wonderful to have her with us. We have right now around 44 members. We have 8 lifetime members, and our league was quite active last year in the redistricting process in Lynchburg. Carla actually spearheaded that effort along with many of our citizens who were successful in getting Lynchburg back into one cohesive, coherent district. So we are now working on trying to figure out the wards in the city. Our league also, due to the COVID restrictions, didn't have a lot of in-person events, but we're very proud of the fact that we duplicated materials and made them available to other organizations in our city who cannot afford to make materials available. And then we partnered with them to distribute them to local churches, local barbershops, funeral parlors, to access the population that we might not be able to access ordinarily. The other thing that we're very proud of is our continued work on our local drug court, spearheaded by one of our lifetime members, Molly McLennan, who works with the folks to find alternatives to incarceration. We also began this year, we instituted membership grants for our local league in order to support the league's DEI mission, and we'll be continuing to support that mission moving into the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jennifer. Montgomery County League is headed by Deb Travis and Peggy Lane, co-interim vice presidents, however that title is.
Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see everyone. I am representing Montgomery County here in Blacksburg, Virginia. I am co-president, and Peggy Lane is also a delegate today, who's also the co-president. We also have Jess Davis from our league, but she, of course, is on the state board, but we welcome all of them. Our league has been quite busy as well. As we all know that voter registration is just highly important. So we're concentrating on that, and we have been reaching out to our local communities, which is pretty widespread, but we have reached persons through their individual households, through other organizations, through libraries, and really trying to keep everyone informed on what needs to be done and how they can go about registering to vote. We've also worked on Virginia Tech's campus in registering students, and that has been very successful. Our attempts to the high schools have been limited somewhat because of COVID, but we're still concentrating on contacting staff there to get high school students registered as well. We have kept our community, kept our community aware of the redistricting changes. We've had several webinars where we have reached out to the community to keep them informed. And because of all the changes, some of the precincts are changing for many of the voters. So we want to make sure that they're aware of where they need to go this fall. Our voter services chair, who is Peggy Lane, continues to upload information on candidates on Vote 411. And we make this easily accessible to the community on different candidates, their precincts, and their polling places. We distributed over 2,500 facts in our community, and we have found that this is very helpful to the community, so they have a directory of where to go and what to do if they need to register, they need to get information about candidates and this kind of thing. Our forums and various programs have continued. We are doing everything virtually in consideration of still what's happening in the regions, but we have our first Tuesday talks, and they all are virtual, and we invite everyone to take part in that, where we discuss current political issues and our various programs. So our next one is June 7th at 11:45, and you all are invited. We have continued the study of public education funding. We have collaborated with another county, and we look forward to being able to present that at the 2023 LIG convention for state approval. We continue visiting with our local legislators for lobbying, and we want them to be aware of the LIG's position. And we have also done that by Zoom, which has been very effective. Right now, we're planning our fall forums. We collaborate with the local Montgomery County NAACP, so we're looking forward to that. And last but not least, we're growing our membership. Currently, we're about 135 members, but we're really reaching out to recruit younger members and try to get more of the community involved. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Next, let's hear from Janet Gorn, president of the Prince William and Fauquier Counties League.
Good morning, everyone. And Deb, we're very pleased to be able to be here today. We have just finished celebrating our 15th crystal anniversary for the Prince William part of the league. We combined Prince William with Fauquier County at the beginning of last year. We celebrated the first year with the two combinations. We had a very volunteers involved. It presented challenges and accomplishments. How do you combine two counties into one league? They're very different. Prince William County is the second largest county in Virginia. And according to the 2020 census, we are the 10th most divergent, or 10th most county that has the most different folks living in it. So, and Fauquier County is rural, 75% rural, and smaller population, whereas Prince William is not, and it's urban. Right now, one of our major projects is in Fauquier County. And if you read your newsletter, at the very last article, Barbara Anstetter from our league has written an article about a major project that we host, which is the Warrenton Black Lives Matter Vigil. Today is the 103rd vigil that is taking place. It's very popular and it's been written up publicly. In the voter services area, we're very proud to say that we have, I believe it's 18 high schools, and we have registered just under 1,600 high school new voters. We also have focused on the National Voter Registration Day, in which we manned and staffed all 12 libraries and focused on voter registration there. We have two local study committees that we have formed. One is in regard to the Racial and Justice Commission report, in the county, and the others on land use report. We have one of them almost finished, and we will have a special meeting called in June to review the results of the land use. We also have several webinars, one of which was the plastic bag tax, which Prince William has been considering but has not voted in. We did reach out to, and I thank you, Allison, who was also kind enough to come and speak at the webinar about their experience. We had several candidate forums. We have the Committee of 100, which we partner in Prince William, and Fauquier County is not so much in favor of candidate debates. We have a full roster plan for the coming year. One of the things we're going to focus on is raising more members and getting them involved. We have a unique volunteer coordinator project, which our director created, and it's been very successful. As all of you know, you have difficulty sometimes raising volunteers. Who's going to raise your hand? So what Judy did was she came up with volunteer from home and look at what kind of projects we could get folks, our members, to volunteer from home, more smaller ones. And we now have a bloom of volunteers. Yes, as long as I can work home and I don't have to go somewhere. So I would urge you all to consider that particular perspective in getting more volunteers. And I thank you very much.
Thanks, Janet. Richmond Metro Area President Jane Newell is with us this morning. Jane.
Good morning, all. I'm here with Kelly Coleman, who's coming to our first council meeting, representing Richmond Metro. We've had what I would call the return to normal, if there is such a thing, year. Our voter services focused on outdoor activities in the last year. We did a lot of farmers markets and schools, and even the Richmond Folk Festival. We hope to continue that this year. Our Voter Services Committee created fact sheets in both English and Spanish, and this year was able to distribute through affordable housing organizations to help reach their tenants. Our civics education team finally got back to work since the schools reopened and are looking to expand beyond their pilot group. Our DEI committee was very busy bringing us speakers and educating us, including the author of the Richmond, Virginia book from the Black America series and the speaker at our annual meeting on critical race theory. We continue to observe all of our local electoral board meetings, which cover 3 counties and a city. And we're supporting, along with other organizations, we're active in supporting ranked choice voting in the city of Richmond, so stay tuned, that may happen soon. One of the things we did that was new in the last year was we created an online survey tool to help match our members to all of the many, many league opportunities that are out there. And we want to repeat that in the coming year. And I'm so happy that we had our first in-person annual meeting since 2019 on May 21st. And it was great to see people in person and actually meet people in person that we thought we knew, but we realized we'd only seen on Zoom screens. It was an active meeting. We increased our dues and changed our bylaws, as well as the standard budget and election of officers activities. So it was a good time, was had by all.
Thanks, Jane. Next, we'd like to hear from Jean Holzinger, President of the Roanoke Valley Area League.
Hi, I'm here today with Frida Cathcart, who's on our board. And despite the pandemic, our membership in our league remains steady at about 28 members. And through the efforts of our membership chair, we conducted a series of small group meetings last fall with members, asking them what activities they wanted to be involved with. And the majority said they wanted to be engaged in voter services events. And although our members opted not to register voters in person during the last general election, we promoted voter access in several other ways. We sent informational flyers to local retirement communities, city libraries, and a local homeless shelter. 2 of us took Vote 411 training and entered our candidates into the system. Members sent 1,000 Get Out the Vote postcards to underserved voters in low turnout zip codes. We sent letters offering to help 14 area high schools meet the governor's challenge. And although the response was limited, we hope to renew our efforts again this year. And in conclusion, I'm wrapping up my 2-year term as president of the Roanoke Valley League. And I'd like to express my thanks to and admiration for our members. Thank you.
Thanks, Jean. Southampton Roads President Heather Miller-Tukars is with us. Heather.
Good morning, everyone. This year presented its own challenges as we thought we were moving towards reopening and then we weren't. We managed to have events each and every month for our members. Most of them were by Zoom, but we did have some in-person meetings, and each and every one of those we had great speakers, some of whom have since joined our league. We were quite active in speaking to local city councils and school boards, as well as having letters to the editor published on matters like redistricting, critical race theory, regional cooperation, a number of topics. Of course, the official letters from the league were adherent to league policy, but we also encourage our members to make their opinions and ideas known as well. With me today is Jean Hanowich, a relatively new member to our league. Jean was one of our very active members. She is head of our environmental committee, as well as being one of the key people spearheading the move to prevent the city of Chesapeake, which is one of the cities/counties that we cover, from moving their local elections back to May instead of November. We also participated in the pilot project between Feeding America and the League of Women Voters with our local food bank. That allowed us to reach populations that we might otherwise not have contact with. And while we didn't register that many voters, it allowed us to distribute information about restoration of rights, where to find your polls, ballots, and answer any number of questions for the people that we spoke to. We were also able to help the food bank train their own volunteers that work at their weekly or bi-weekly distribution events to be able to register voters and distribute information to them properly, as they also took care of distributing food. All of our committees have been active this year. Redistricting in particular, we had a number of members who closely monitored the hearings and kept us updated. There were some key questions in our region of Norfolk, Chesapeake, Virginia Beach, Suffolk, and Portsmouth about where exactly the lines were going to fall. So that was very important. Our environmental committee and our affordable housing committee were also both very active. Here in our area, we have a huge urban, they're calling it urban renewal project going on in downtown Norfolk. That's been quite controversial. So our Affordable Housing Committee has had plenty of work on its plate, understanding what's going on, how it's going to affect our citizens, and it's been quite vocal too in advocacy. And our Environmental Committee actually is now sponsoring a new study that we just voted to undertake here locally on local recycling, because that has become an issue in our area. The other new local study that we are embarking on this year is a study of local journalism. As you know, Alden Global Capital is gobbling up newspapers every day, including our own pilot here in Southampton Roads. And that was actually the topic of discussion at our most recent annual meeting, that we actually continued on into our regular lunch meeting, which has resumed again, because there's just simply too much to cover and too many ideas. We have grown our league. We have, and I think in our report it says 108 members. I know we've gained a few more, but I can't tell you exactly how many since that report was submitted. But we are expanding our membership, gaining more members from Portsmouth and Chesapeake and Suffolk, who historically have been underrepresented in our local league. We are also getting younger members, which is a good thing because, you know, everybody, all age groups bring something to the table. We did do other voter registration events besides the food bank events. Unfortunately, high schools were really not an option for us this year because of the COVID restrictions. But we're looking forward to this year, getting things done, and just continuing making progress and protecting the progress that we've already made. Thanks.
Thanks, Heather. Next, we'd like to hear from Washington County League President Mary Jennings.
I am happy to be joined today with by my Vice President, Roseanne Jenny. We have 42 members, and we have been partnering this year with other organizations like the Washington County Educational Association to promote Vote 411 and to help us with an in-person candidate forum. We also have worked with a newly formed chapter of the Virginia Women Attorneys Association to promote a showing of the film about the suffrage movement called These Things Can Be Done. And if you are not aware of that, that's a good film to show. We have worked with the college have at Emory and Henry, all their new students receive voter registration materials in their orientation packets. We have worked with the Coalition of Small and Rural Schools in our involvement in the Education Equity Study Group. And so I feel like the last few years we've been reaching out to a variety of organizations and enjoying the benefits that they can provide. We do a lot of online registration in high schools. We're not really actively involved in the classroom, like I think what a lot of other leagues do, but we have found it useful to relationships with teachers and with school system administrators, and to work in that way. We're expanding into a 7th grade civics education program at the request of our local school system too. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary. And finally, but not least, is Williamsburg Area President Sudie Watkins.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here with our incoming president, Susan Bivens, who will begin her term on July 1st, and Denise Harrington on the state board. We've worked hard like everyone else to meet the challenges these past 2 years, and we've focused on partnerships, programs, and participation. We've continued a long-standing partnership with our public library. This year, our annual Great Decisions Foreign Affairs lecture series became a hybrid version. We've done a number of joint civics programs, including the One Book, One Community program, which is also done with the College of William and Mary. We have strengthened our partnership with William and Mary, especially through our DEI committee and voter services. We've participated in their winter break program, joint voter registration activities with fraternities and sororities, and several others. We've partnered with the NAACP also in voter registration and Juneteenth activities. Another area of our focus has been our programs, and we've provided presentations to a number of community groups on suffrage, voting rights, civics, and more. Some of our speakers have included the police chief, our voter registrar, our legislators, including joint Zoom meetings with both Democratic and Republican legislators on the same meeting. Our focus has been on increasing participation of our members. We continue to do much of the work virtually, but neighborhood get-togethers have provided small groups with an opportunity to socialize. We also have a very active observer corps. We've offered book club meetings. Our membership is over 300, and we hope we'll be able to get together more in the future. We look forward to seeing you in June 2023 for the state convention in Williamsburg.
Thanks, Sudi. So thank you to all of our local leagues. The pandemic didn't keep us sitting on our hands. So thank you all for all of your work. I'd like to recognize the state board, and I don't know, you're just going to have to hunt and search for us. If we were in person, we'd raise hands, but Joan Port, first vice president, Ernie Bridges, second vice president, Jess Davis, secretary, Debbie Combest, treasurer, Janet Boyd, voter services, and Janet's joining us late because she's doing some voter service activities. Carolyn Kaywood, program, Denise Harrington, advocacy, and Andrian Constance Salvet, membership. So thank you to my board. We truly are a community and a unit. And I appreciate all of your help in directing our work. I would like to thank our council committees. And these are members that when the call went out, they willingly said yes. And I appreciate your willingness and ability to serve and learn, for some of us, something new. For the Credentials Committee, we have Jeannie Hanwich with Southampton Roads League and Roseanne Jenny with the Washington County League. Our Standing Rules Committee is Priscilla Godfrey with the Loudoun County League. 2022 Reading Committee is Susan Roberts of the Charlottesville League, Janet Ladd of the Arlington and Alexandria League, and Robin Smith, who is a member at large. Our Election Committee is Judy Heeline from the Fairfax League, Stephanie Lauenhaupt of the Charlottesville League, and Libby Blanton, who is also a member of at large. And I would like to introduce our parliamentarian. And I don't think, excuse me, that Martha Rollins is a stranger to any of you. She is a member of the Southampton Roads League. She's an attorney and professional registered parliamentarian. Martha received her AB and MA from Syracuse University and her JD from William and Mary Law School. She's retired as a deputy city attorney for the city of Norfolk. She taught constitutional history at ODU. She's the immediate past secretary of the League of Women Voters of Virginia and the past president of the Southampton Roads League. She's active with organizations of the National Association of Parliamentarians, current president of the Chesapeake Unit, and parliamentarian for community groups, including the League of Women Voters for the state and some of the local leagues, and the past national LWV parliamentarian, and the past district governor of Toastmasters District 66, Virginia. So Martha, thank you so much for your guidance as we try to make sure that the meetings run very smoothly. Appreciate your help. Next, I believe we're ready to hear the credentials report, and that'll be our first item of business. This report will be presented by Credentials Committee Chair Jeannie Hanwich.
Hello. The Credentials Committee has confirmed a list of voting members from those who have registered up until 9:35 a.m. June 4th, 2022. All delegates are verified as voting members of the League. From 14 local leagues, we have the president or alternate plus one delegate chosen by each local league for a total of 25 delegates. Members of the state board are 6. 1 delegate of the interleague organization is present. 1 delegate to represent members at large is present. The total number of delegates to the 2022 council is 33. The total number of attendees is 51. On behalf of the committee, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted be the official roll of the voting members of the 2022 council.
Thank you, Jean. The question is on the adoption of the first credentials report. Are there any questions on the report? Please raise your hand. Frida?
Yeah, I didn't see the list of names. I know I registered towards the late side, and I can't remember if I put down that I was a delegate, but I'm supposed to be a delegate at, from Roanoke. So I just.
Yes, you're on the list and we have you counted.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Carolyn?
You said Janet Boyd would be joining us late, and I believe I heard Jean say 6 board members. So will she make 7?
Hold on 1 second and I'll look at the format. Hold on. Okay, I think you're correct. I just have to make sure that she's on the call with us. I don't see her name here. Is Janet Boyd on the call?
Not yet.
Not here.
Okay, so she's not here, so.
I just wanted to make sure that when she joins us, if we're still voting, that we don't have more votes than we expect.
Okay. Andrianne?
Hi, I'm sorry. I joined late. I was having difficulty with my link. It kept breaking, and I've had to join through a link sent through Joan Port. So I just wanted to confirm that I was included in the list. I'm sorry for the delay.
What is your full name? I believe you are, but I just want to check. Is it Andrianne?
I'm Consta Salvet.
Okay, actually, I'll put you in now, so that would make. Hold on here. Just bear with me here.
Okay, I'm sorry for the.
Well, it's all right. Okay. Okay, I've updated it. Do you want me to start all over, or what do you want me to do as far as
How about a motion to amend the report?
I so move.
I second.
Okay. Then Martha, help me out, please. What is the total that we need? Well, actually, we haven't voted on. So I guess first we'd have a vote on the motion, and is that a majority?
The motion was being placed on the floor, and the chair was hearing questions from the members, and consequently the chair is in a position to correct her motion rather than putting it through an amendment process, since she was apprised of new information as it came in, and she could restate her motion. The chair can restate the motion, and we'll know clearly what we are voting on.
Awesome.
And it would
you.
be the first credentials report.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just say it all over again.
Please.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, The Credentials Committee has confirmed a list of voting members from those who have registered up until 9:48 a.m. June 4th, 2022. All delegates are verified as voting members of the league. From 14 local leagues, we have the president or alternate plus one delegate chosen by each local league for a total of 26. There's members of the state board are 7. One delegate of the interleague organization is present. One delegate to represent members at large is present. The total number of delegates to the 2022 council is 33. And the total number of attendees is 52. On behalf of the committee, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted by the official roll of the voting members of the 2022 council.
I have a question about the total number of delegates.
Well, there's one, the total number of delegates. Hold on. Guess I didn't update that. Okay, I can see it again. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So it's 35 delegates. And let me just double check on participants. We have 52, even though it says 53, because one person has 2 devices.
Gotcha.
Okay. Okay, hopefully this is the last time. The Credentials Committee has confirmed a list of voting members from those who have registered up until 9:50 a.m. on June 4th, 2022. All delegates are verified as voting members of the league. From 14 local leagues, we have the president or alternate plus one delegate chosen by each local league for a total of 26. Members of the state board are 7. One delegate of the interleague organization is present. One delegate to represent members at large is present. The total number of delegates to the 2022 council is 35. The total number of attendees is 52. On behalf of the committee, I move that the roll of delegates hereby submitted be the official roll of the voting members of the 2022 council.
Great, thank you. Now, the question is on the adoption of the first credentials report. Are there any further questions? Are there any amendments? Is there any debate? Then the motion requires a majority vote. If you are a delegate, please raise your hand in order to vote to approve or adopt the credentials report. And remember, only delegates can vote. And if you are here as an observer, please do not vote. And don't take your hands down until the election committee has a chance to total all of the votes, please. And just hang on, we're still waiting for our elections committee to be able to count everyone.
Please be patient with us. The colored hands are all different, so sometimes we miss. We'll get it again. We have a count of 31 votes. We need a majority vote, so the motion carries with that vote.
Okay, I was waiting for the election committee to, we have 3 members on the election committee, and I was
Right.
waiting for a total from you guys. Or were you texting each other?
We're texting each other.
Oh, okay. If you could let me know the total, and then I'm happy to share that.
Okay, we have 32.
Okay, thank you. All right, then the motion carries. And you can put your hands down. Okay, all the hands down now. Thank you. The next order of business is the council standing rules found on page 4 of the workbook. And to present the report, I recognize Priscilla Godfrey, Chair of the Standing Rules Committee. Priscilla, you're muted.
Good morning, everybody. The standing rules are as follows. Number 1, only accredited delegates representing local leagues, MALs, and state board members may vote. Number 2, only accredited delegates and those authorized by the president or the delegate body may address the council. Number 3, in debate, no person shall speak more than once until all others who wish to speak have done so. And no person shall speak more than twice on the same motion. Debate shall be limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless other procedural limits apply. And number 4, delegates must raise their hands using the Zoom raise the hand feature and wait to be recognized by the president before speaking. Number 5, speakers shall announce their names and leagues when addressing the council. Only announcements related to the business of the council or the welfare of the participants shall be made. Having heard the rules, and I will make a motion on behalf of our committee, I move the adoption of the standing rules of the 2022 council as just read.
Thank you, Priscilla. Are there any amendments or debate on the standing rules as presented? Then seeing none, the motion requires a 2/3 vote. Please raise your hand only if you are a delegate, and you will know that you are a delegate because your local league put your name forward to be a delegate. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat as to whether or not you are a delegate. And I see a hand clap, and I don't know if that was applauding for Priscilla for her excellent job or if it was intended to be a vote. So if you clapped your hand, please raise your hand to vote. Has everyone who wishes to vote voted? Election committee, when ready, please share what our total is.
I put it in the chat, but it's 32, Deb.
Great, thank you, Judy. Sorry, I was having a hard time finding it with everything. All right, thank you. So we do have a majority, and I mean, not a majority, a 2/3 support for the motion, and it is adopted. This convention has its standing rules. You may lower your hands, please. Great. The next item is the council agenda. And that's found on page 2 of your workbook. The report will be presented by First Vice President Joan Port.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the Council Planning Committee, I move that the produced schedule be accepted as written.
Are there any amendments or debate on the agenda as found in the workbook? Then seeing none, this motion requires a majority vote. Please raise your hand if you support the council workbook. Oh, yeah. Have all those who wish to vote raise their hands? If you will leave them up so the election committee can get a total for us.
$33, Deb.
Thank you, Judy. So we have a majority vote and the council agenda has been adopted. In the workbook on page 7, you will find the minutes from our 2020 council. And I refer you to that to do a little bit of reminiscing or to brush up on what happened in that council. I'd like to again thank our readers for the 2020 council. Those were Carol Proven from the Prince William and Fauquier Area League, Rebecca Lawson from the Richmond Metro Area League, Sue Botts from the Fredericksburg Area League, and to former Secretary Martha Rollins from the Southampton Roads for taking those minutes. Next, we have the treasurer's report, and I would like to introduce Debbie Cumbest, our treasurer.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks, Deb. Like Deb said, I'm the treasurer for the state in both funds, the 501c3 and the 501c4, and I'm also a member of the Fredericksburg League. We began fiscal year 22-23 in good financial shape in both our 501c3, which is the education fund, and our 501c4 operating fund. The operating fund income was more than expenses this year, as once again, most of our in-person events were affected by COVID and were held virtually. Within the education fund, we monitored expenditures within 7 grants, and that we had made provisions for in the last year's budget for the fall workshop to be held in person. It ended up being virtual. We have made provisions in next year's education budget to have the fall workshop in person, and that's going to be in Fredericksburg. Now, in the council booklet, there are two draft budgets, one education and one for the operating. The education fund is there just for your information. It's not to be voted on. Now, to talk a little bit about the operating budget, I'd like to introduce Kathy Brayman, who is the chair of the budget committee. And Kathy also, as I alluded to earlier, is going to be our new president of the Fredericksburg League starting July 1st. And Kathy also was the very first president for the Fredericksburg League back in 2016, 2017. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Deb. In March of this year, Grace White from Prince William County and Debbie Combest and myself met and drafted the current budget. And it's very similar to the past budgets that we've had this year, except that this year we do have an extra $22,000, which covers the convention, doesn't cover the whole thing, but the convention for next year in Williamsburg. Are there any questions? If no questions, I would like to move the adoption of the proposed League of Women Voters Virginia operating budget for fiscal year 22-23.
Thank you, Kathy. The motion is before us to approve the operating fund budget as presented. It requires a majority vote.
Yes, Deb, the vote yeas is 32.
Great, thank you, Judy. So thank you, delegates. The budget passes. I don't believe there are any announcements. Joan, do you have anything? I don't think I have anything that needs to come up.
I do not, thank you.
Okay, then we will take a break. We were able to finish the business portion ahead of schedule, so thank you. And
Deb,
yes.
I raised my hand, but I got caught up in the voting, and then I put my question in the chat. I don't know if you saw it.
Did you look at the budget in the workbook?
I did that, but I didn't see where it said like how much was in our accounts. Like I saw the budget and the revenue and the expenses, but I didn't see like how much total was in there. And I just don't know.
Okay,
Debbie answered that.
I answered that in the chat.
Debbie, if you want to go ahead and answer that verbally.
Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Never mind.
Well, between savings and checking and the CD, there's just about 90,000 in operating, which is huge. Big difference over the years. Yeah.
Okay. Carolyn, are all of our issue group members that are going to present here, are they able to go early? We could set an earlier date time to resume from our break and then take a longer lunch.
I am scanning for Maria Posey.
She's not on.
Let me drop her an email. She's the final one, so there would be a little time.
Okay. Is there a good time for us to reconvene? We were supposed to come back at 10:45, but if we could move that to part of our lunch break, maybe we can come back at, say, 10:20. And then Maria would have time to join us at the end if we need to change the order. Does that work? Joan placed in the chat a reminder to read the events that are listed in the Google Drive while you're on break and perhaps getting a fresh cup of coffee or snack. Let's go ahead and reconvene at 10. I don't know if 10 minutes gives us enough time. I think it was going to be a 10-minute break anyway. Let's try 10:20. And if we have to, then we will pause to give Maria more time. Okay, so we will resume at 10:20. Thank you. Hope everyone had a lovely break. Pat, you put a question into the chat, and I think we probably want to discuss it before we continue to see if you do have an alternate delegate that you wish to the Credentials Committee to take care of.
Indeed, we do. It would be Susan Roberts, who has voted already.
Do you mean that Susan voted in the place of Stephanie?
Apparently she has. I've been watching.
I have been chatting Susan and I haven't gotten any responses from her, including what is your last name? We need those.
Hello, here I am.
Hi, Susan. And you are Susan Roberts?
That's correct.
Okay. The Elections Committee was watching who was voting and making sure it was delegates. So yes, Beth, I understand that. But if the Elections Committee was only counting the votes of the delegates, it doesn't matter if Susan's hand was up or not if it wasn't totaled. However, we do appreciate that only the delegates do vote. And so I guess the question is, did the Elections Committee count? And Carol, you also voted?
I did. I voted.
Okay.
I wasn't sure about my registration going through, so I did vote for this last time, and plan to continue to vote as a delegate. Pat has my name listed with Stephanie's as delegate, so I think that we too are supposed to vote.
That is correct, but I don't see Stephanie here, and I've been trying to contact her via phone message.
Yes, she's here and has voted.
Oh,
I saw
okay.
her.
All right, then Susan Roberts should not vote anymore today. Thank you.
Did the Elections Committee make sure that they only counted the delegates when they were totaling the votes is the question I have for my Elections Committee. Do you know whether you only counted or whether or not you counted people who were not delegates? going to pause the recording while the election committee looks that up so I can speak with the parliamentarian.
I apologize.
Okay, because it's on a Zoom platform, it was difficult for the election committee to be certain that non-delegates did not vote. However, we did have majority support for the votes. So if there is no objection, the votes will stand. And if there is an objection, please raise your hand and we will take a roll call vote. Andrienne? Okay. Okay, then seeing no objection, the votes will stand as recorded. And just quickly, I will run down the list of delegates. And in the future, we'll make sure that our local leagues communicate fully with their attendees about who is voting and who is not. For Arlington League, our delegates are Lisa Coteen-Gerchik and Janet Ladd. Charlottesville is Carol Cutler and Stephanie Lowenhaupt. And Stephanie, I apologize if I don't have that exactly right. Fairfax, Pat Fegge and Catherine Ingmanson. Falls Church, Allison Brown. Fredericksburg, Kathy Brayman and Debbie Combust. And I will draw your attention that while Debbie is on the state board, her vote is not double counted. She is a delegate for the Fredericksburg League. Loudoun County, Priscilla Godfrey. Lynchburg League, Jennifer Gauthier and Carla Heath. Prince William and Fauquier County is Janet Gorn and Connie Gilman is not present. Richmond League is Jane Newell and Kelly Coleman. Roanoke League is Jean Holzinger and Frida Cathcart. Southampton Roads is Heather Miller-Tokars and Jeannie Hanowich. Washington County League is Mary Jennings and Roseanne Jenny. Williamsburg League is Sudie Watkins and Susan Bivens. The state board is myself, Joan Port, Ernie Bridges, Jess Davis, Janet Boyd, who is not present, I don't believe.
Yes, she is. She's
here now. Okay. Carolyn Kaywood, Denise Harrington, Andrienne Constance Salvet. NCA is an ILO, it's an interleague organization, and it's composed of the leagues in the national capital area. Their delegate is Carol Bursick, and our member at large is represented by Tanya Roberts. So if your name was not on that list, you will not be voting. Debbie, I skipped the Montgomery County League, didn't I? Sorry about that. And I missed Montgomery County. That is Debbie Travis and Peggy Lane. So thank you for pointing that out. Are there any questions about delegates or not delegates? Okay. Then, Carolyn, I would like to introduce our programs chair, and Carolyn has worked very, very hard this year to make sure that people have a better understanding of program and how it works. And kudos to you for juggling 4 studies at one time, probably a new record. So welcome.
Thank you. As you pointed out, I'm Carolyn Kaywood. I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of Southampton Roads and the State League Board, where I'm program director. And I'm hoping my attempted slides is going to work. So you probably already know the purpose of a position is to direct and focus league advocacy. And all levels of the League of Women Voters can have positions, but state positions need to focus on our state and amplify national positions so that they address specific Virginia issues. And likewise, local positions should focus on the cities or counties that league's area and fit within the structure of the national and state positions. So We arrive at a position through study and consensus. A year ago at our convention, delegates approved 4 studies. Today, you're going to get updates on their progress in this order: money and politics, education equity, environmental justice, and childcare. And just to review, because I like to draw diagrams, studies run for 2 years from convention to convention. The stages are research leading to a report, a presentation, and the development of consensus questions for local leagues to consider. Once local league responses to those questions come back to the study committee, the study group uses those questions to prepare a draft position. They then take that draft to the state board for consideration and possibly tinkering. The draft position, as approved by the board, is sent out to the members 30 days in advance of the convention, so everybody can be familiar with it and prepared on how they feel about it. And counting backwards, that means that local leagues will need to be reporting their responses to the consensus questions by March, which means they'll need to have those questions by the beginning of the year 2023. Now, we're hoping that the studies will come through with their questions in a staggered fashion so that you don't get overwhelmed. And as you're going to see, some of the studies are a little further along than the others. So let's start by turning to money and politics. And Pamela Stroh, who is a member of the League of Women Voters of Arlington and Alexandria City, will fill us in.
Hey there. So we focused at this point, we are focusing on the context of the money and politics group. And so some of the context is Virginia is one of 5 states that has no limits on campaign contributions. And Virginia is lacking in some other areas too, such as transparency and disclosure. Virginia's campaign contribution reporting requirements are vague and ineffective. There are significant gaps that allow many types of contributions that go unaccounted. Virginia also lacks the necessary technology and infrastructure to make the collected reports usable and accessible, to review the data, and to ensure compliance. Also, there are no mechanisms to audit disclosures from lobbyists and thus no power to enforce them. The Wasson Center for Civic Leadership, which is at the Christopher Newport University at Newport News, Virginia, did a survey November to December 2021. And they found that the majority of Virginians support more disclosure of campaign donations, reducing money from large campaign donors, creating donor limits, and banning corporate contributions. Another aspect of this is that the Coalition for Integrity, another group, has a SWAMP index, and that stands for States with Anti-Corruption Measures for Public Officials. And they found that Virginia is at the bottom 5 of all 50 states. And another part of that is our General Assembly. So in 2020, the Virginia General Assembly established a joint subcommittee to study comprehensive campaign finance reform. And as part of that, establishing legislation, the joint subcommittee was supposed to submit a final report by November 2021, and they did not. They did a draft because they felt they needed more time to look at the issues. And so our group is basically also covering those issues that they wanted to look at. And in this most recent Virginia General Assembly, there were 24 bills introduced, 20 of them died. And this is from the Augusta Free Press, March 17, 2022. The defeated bills involve restricting personal use of campaign funds, capping campaign contributions, forbidding contributions from public utility companies, and requiring more disclosure of funds from dark money groups. There were 4 General Assembly bipartisan bills seeking dollar limits on campaign contributions. Those died in the first hearing. And I just want to point out that 45 states have been able to implement bills limiting contributions to election candidates. So we kind of feel like there is an opportunity here. So the themes that our report is going to cover limits on campaign expenditures on things and personal use, limits on donors, both types and dollar amounts, disclosure, which is publicly accessible, oversight and enforcement mechanisms, political ads, disclaimers, and disclosure of those ads. And also seeing if there are any model, and obviously there are, but let's find them, model state laws to make campaign finance work. The long-term focus of the US League is public finance, but this report is going to be focusing on what would bring Virginia up to the level of other states. And also this report is bounded by Supreme Court rulings on freedom of speech and its relationship to money in politics. So there is that element as well. So our timeline is at the beginning of December. We're planning to produce a report from which we will identify questions for the local leagues to answer. And we will present our findings to the state league, to which all local leagues will be invited to attend. And this presentation will be recorded and made available to all the local leagues. We are happy to virtually meet with the local leagues to answer any questions and concerns. And we are expecting, as Carolyn said, one set of consensus responses from each of the local leagues, hopefully by the beginning of March. So that's where we stand. And I will answer any questions that y'all have.
Pamela, I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're going to be submitting your request for local league feedback after December, and we will respond by March 2023. Is that what you meant?
The plan is to submit our report and make the presentation at the beginning of December. So we would be submitting the report to the local leagues at the beginning of December. That's the plan. And so we would be looking for responses by at the beginning of March.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I see Lisa's got her hand.
Lisa? You're still muted. You're muted, Lisa.
Sorry about that. Will the local leagues have opportunities to respond other than to the presentation you're making to the state board?
Yeah, we're going to make the presentation to the state board. We'll record that. That will be available to the local leagues. But at the same time, if a local league wants to meet with us virtually, then we will meet with them virtually.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I might add, what we're trying to do is not overburden local leagues and essentially take over the second half of this year with study meetings. And since I don't see any more questions, I want to thank you, Pamela, who essentially got just kind of sucked into this and has done a brilliant job. And turn next to Robin Smith, who volunteered to speak for the entire education equity study group. She's a member at large, and she's going to bring us up to date on their work.
Hello. Are we able to share? Can we share my screen, Deb?
You have to do it.
Oh, okay. But you set up so that you will allow me to do it.
Yes.
Great. All right. I think volunteering is sort of an exaggeration, but here we are. At the 2021 convention, the League of Women Voters of Virginia approved a study of education equity in the Commonwealth. And wait a minute. All right, is this going to, yeah, here we go. And league members from across the state set out to research and document whether all children in Virginia have access to a high quality education. And if not, what changes need to be made in funding of public schools. Our 3 subcommittees looked at how Virginia ranks among other states in basic funding for education. We researched the wide disparity in financial capacity and funding between wealthy and poorer states and poorer divisions in the state, and how costs should be shared between the state and localities to assure that there's educational equity for all students. Of special interest to us was how states fund construction and modernization. Virginia, this is left to each locality regardless of the community's wealth, and that's not the way all states operate. What we found was not surprising. We all recognize that high quality education is the foundation of democracy, essential for providing students with the intellectual skills for becoming active citizens, but state funding of local schools is both inadequate and inequitable in Virginia. Virginia is one of the 10 wealthiest states in the nation, but we rank 41st in state per pupil funding, somewhere around where Mississippi and Missouri are. And the law, according to the law, the Constitution only states that the General Assembly shall seek to ensure an educational program of high quality is established and maintained. It doesn't require it. For the past decade, the General Assembly has not fully funded the recommendations of the State Board of Education. And most of the cost for K-12 funding falls on localities, not the state. And this leads to dramatic inequalities in school funding, depending on a student's zip code. Although the state makes some effort to balance need and capacity, it still leaves behind the poorer urban schools and the rural schools. This is an elementary school classroom in rural Lee County. Pupils are studying among trash cans to catch rain from the school's leaking roof, and this is not the only school with this issue. During a tour of schools in King and Queen County, a Virginia Pilot editorial described a school that looked like it was, quote, on the far side of the moon, unquote, compared to other schools in nearby, more urban peninsula communities. With half of Virginia's schools over 50 years old, and many even older, the state now has an overdue bill of more than $25 billion to replace inadequate schools. This is not a problem unique to one part of the state either. It's in all regions. But the oldest schools are in our poorer districts, and they can't afford the millions required to build even one elementary school. A 1-cent increase in property taxes in one of our poorer counties would generate less than 10% of what an identical increase would generate in one of the wealthier counties. For example, a 1-cent property tax increase in Lee County would produce $32 per pupil. The same increase in Alexandria would create an increase of $340 per pupil. Teacher salaries are an issue. Virginia lags other states. We are ranking 25th nationwide in teacher pay. But when you compare Virginia's teacher salaries to those of comparably educated professionals, we rank 50th out of 50 states. We're at the bottom. Our teachers earn 32.7% less than their peers, the worst gap in the entire nation. The school does use funding formulas to try to balance out school funding in smaller, poorer school divisions, but funding gaps still exist between the wealthier and the poor rural and urban systems. This headline and others like it hit the newspapers across the state on May 20th with, quote, a critical new assessment, unquote, of public education from Virginia's new superintendent of education. In this report, nowhere did it mention the state's lack of funding, its crumbling schools, or below average teacher salaries. Instead, the report tied the widening gaps in student achievement in public schools to, quote, the rhetorical emphasis on equity, unquote. The Commonwealth is ending the fiscal year 2021 with the largest budget surplus in history. The state's total reserves will increase to nearly $3.8 billion by the end of the biennium. This week, the General Assembly approved this education funding. It includes the state share of a 5% increase for teachers. Now, this is the state share, not the total thing, plus a one-off $1,000 bonus. For high poverty districts, it added $140 million for the at-risk add-on program, which is used specifically for high poverty areas. And this could provide anywhere from 1% to 36% more support for those schools. There was $42 million for early childhood and pre-K education. For school infrastructure, there was a total of $1.25 billion, split up with $800 million going to one-time grants for school construction and renovations and so on. $50 million were transferred from the literary fund to school construction grants. And then it was set in there that $400 million more of the literary funds could be used for school construction loans over the biennium. Now, one good thing about this budget is that it stopped the most harmful legislation, including vouchers and education savings account, but it includes a $100 million assessment for what they're calling lab schools. The governor hasn't signed this budget yet, and we don't know if he'll sign it or do line item vetoes, but the General Assembly at least has agreed on these. Leadership in both parties has so far failed to show the political will to develop a long-term funding policy that guarantees high-quality education for all students. This budget, it provides important investments, but the work to fully fund our schools is unfinished. These gains occurred when it has its largest budget surplus in history, but we have a long history of underinvesting in public education. This budget does provide $1.25 billion for construction and renovation, but we need $25 billion right now just to take care of existing problems. This has nothing to do with future issues. As a high-income state, we should at least meet the national average for measures such as teacher salaries and support for English language learners. And all Virginia students need to be able to count on adequate, equitable education funding every year, not just at the whim of the General Assembly. So in order for this to happen, what we need is a constitutional change that guarantees state funding for public schools. Now, we have submitted our preliminary report, and we recommend these strategies for addressing Virginia's education inequities. One, amending this Virginia Constitution to require full funding of the standards of quality. We think we need to commit to permanent funding for school construction and renovation, not one-off. And it shouldn't be all at the mercy of the poor localities. We also think just in general, increase per pupil funding and teacher salaries, again, not just stopgap measures. And we have some other suggestions that are laid out in our report. One of the things that we think is particularly important, and this is something within our control that over time could develop the political will needed to effect change. We believe that the Virginia League of Women Voters should increase its efforts to educate the public about the benefits of high quality public education. We need to develop partnerships with other state organizations, which we did some of in our work on this report. And we need to actively advocate for increased and more equitable school funding. And we need to improve the messaging that happens with our schools. We look forward to meeting with each of the local leagues in the next several months, whether virtually or in person, to share our findings and work toward consensus on education funding in Virginia. Thanks. And if you have questions, I will try to answer them or send them to Mary.
Carolyn, there is one in chat. Did you see it?
Actually, no.
I know, it's hard to see.
All right, let's see.
It's
Well,
from
right, is that Frida
Ann Murphy.
Cathcart?
Yeah,
Is
there's
this Frida
Frida's
Cathcart?
and there's one above Ann Murphy as well. There's two
Okay,
in chat, actually.
let me start with Frida's. The Constitution requires that the General Assembly will seek to provide a high quality education for students. And that's the critical, it's that seek to. It doesn't say they shall, it says they will seek to. So that even though the standards of quality are they're supposed to define what a high quality education in Virginia would look like, the General Assembly has almost in memory has not actually funded the standards of quality. So that's why we believe that the constitutional amendment, we need to change that shall seek to shall or something else to make it more required. Otherwise, you're at the mercy of that particular General Assembly and what they feel like they can do or not. How many schools are there? Do these do these amount to dollar amounts? Are these amounts to peanuts? Well, I can't remember that it's 100 and some schools. I can't remember now, 100 and some districts. And I don't remember how many schools there are in total, but it costs millions today to replace an elementary school. I know in my locality, we're looking at it and this is for a tiny little school. It was going to be like 4 or 5 million at the minimum, or that may have been just renovation. So when we talk about the money that's available, it is peanuts. The good thing about this budget proposal is some of this is grants. Most of the time, whenever the state gives any money, it's just loans with varying strings attached to it. But there is some money in this General Assembly budget that provides for outright grants, which again is what those poorer school districts need because they just don't have the tax base to pay the money back. And the 1.25 billion that's been set aside to address construction, and this is just construction, nothing else, that's been set aside to do construction. We need 25 billion just to catch up for right now. So I think you get a sense of that, yeah, this is peanuts. It's better than what we had, but it's not going to be enough to do anything. Okay, the Constitution, I can pull that up again. The Constitution says, wait a minute.
You were right, Robin.
Yeah, the Constitution says that the General Assembly, quote, shall seek to ensure that an educational program of high quality is established and continually maintained. And it just doesn't happen. And the shall seek is a relevant issue. Somebody said, is the governor tinker with it? As far as I know, so far he hadn't. This week they put out this proposed budget, and he hadn't started. I haven't heard of any line item vetoes yet. One of the things that is in here that was one of his pet projects was that 100 million for those lab schools. So maybe he won't. Yeah, and Heather's comment about building cost, they've skyrocketed so much lately that even that 25 billion probably is out of date given the increase in cost of construction. Is there any other questions out there?
Yeah, you have 3 hands raised.
Oh, okay. Frida, can you unmute yourself or?
Yes, and thanks for answering the constitutional question. I was curious if you all looked into, or if you're planning on looking into the lottery, because when they passed the lottery, it was supposed to go for school construction, but then they intermingled it with the General Assembly funds. And I was just wondering if your study was including tracking that money and seeing if it was actually going to where it was supposed to go.
That's a great question, Frida, and we have not. I will add that to our list of things to consider. I'm sure we're going to find more things that we didn't even think of as we go around and talk to people across the state. But that, you're right, that needs to be looked into. Thank you. Denise, do you want to go next?
Excuse me. Yes, I do. And thank you for taking my, it's not so much a question. As you know, as your advocacy coordinator, I'm just taking notes and I'm amening everything. And one thing I'm happy to report, a lot of people may not know that the League of Women Voters is officially a member of the Fund Our Schools Coalition. So we are already members now. And we went through their process, if you will, vetting. And also, if I'm hearing from you, the committee would like more civic engagement and messaging around public education. And you may not have known that even Deb and I met way back in December with the Virginia Education Association. So I look forward to the rest of your report and working with you all there. I was going to let you answer if you wanted to, but Lisa Cochin-Gerchik asked, what is a laboratory school? And if you don't mind, I just want to do a quick what it really is.
Why don't you go on and explain? You have a better sense.
Okay, I attended the laboratory schools in the 1960s. And as a young kid then, okay, I know I'm a certain age. And what a laboratory school by today's standards would be, it would fall under the category of a public magnet school. Hopefully it's still going to remain public. We know there's a diet for privatization, but right now with the Senate and what was worked out with the bill is it looks like it will be a public charter school, still locally controlled with school boards. But what laboratory schools really were in the early 60s were all centered around colleges and universities that provided people who were in teacher training colleges or people who were studying to become teachers the opportunity to observe first, and then of course to participate in your internship in the laboratory schools. A lot of professors' children attended those schools, but they were certainly open to the public even as early as the 60s. I attended Hampton University's laboratory school, and a lab, just like a public magnet school, has a focus. For example, it could be technology, or it could be science or something like that, or performing arts school, a public magnet school. The laboratory school that I attended had the focus of what's called a non-graded institution, which meant that if you were in second grade and you finished all second grade work in December, you could start third grade work in January. And so a lot of the children who attended Hampton University schools in the 60s all graduated within the top 10 of Hampton City schools after elementary school and that kind of thing. So that's just a little bit what a laboratory school, it was supposed to provide that innovation. But again, it's supposed to be a public charter school, not private businesses or things like that. So that's what it is. Good question, Lisa.
Great.
What are you seeing the lab schools as being now, though, Denise?
I think, Mary, that's a good question. Right now, the Senate has been the firewall for any privatization of public schools. So we've been grateful to that. Right now, the big question that I continue to ask was, when this was first implemented in the 60s and very successfully, it was all at colleges and universities.
Denise, you're muted.
Excuse me. When it was implemented in the 60s, Mary, it had teacher approved programs like Longwood Hampton, University, Norfolk State. It was a whole bunch of schools. And so that way you had the emphasis on research and what was the latest and all of that. My concerns now is I do not want to see a free-for-all with people just approaching anything private or something like that. So I think there should be some type of commission or committee or something to protect the basic knowledge of, education and so on with research approved innovation, and not just, oh, this private business has this private that, and all of that. That's my concern. And I think the Senate is going to stop some of the foolishness. But Mary, I intend to follow this to the nth degree. And I personally have reached out just as a citizen, not officially with the league, but just a citizen, to some people and said, hey, we got to make sure we just don't have anybody taking Virginia's money and out and all of that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So
Robin,
I think we have to be diligent.
Yep.
Robin, you have, Heather has her hand up.
Yes, Heather. Heather, you have a question?
Yes, sorry. I have two questions actually. So with the renovation funds and everything, is lead piping first and foremost still a concern for any of the older buildings in Virginia?
I don't know.
And
but that's
because that could definitely also tie in with the environmental justice study, because as you said, the poorest districts have the oldest and poorest conditioned schools.
Right. Well, I know there have been issues with asbestos still. I mean, you'd think we'd be beyond having asbestos issues, but, and again, you're right about the schools. It's the poor schools that are plagued with these issues. That's a great idea too, to bring into this.
And then it's kind of a follow-up on the lab schools discussion. With the original proposal was going to allow basically private companies to get involved. Is separation of church and state, or special interest groups, like a particular thought
you would
scheme?
Well, it keeps coming up again and again and again, that you'll have religious-based schools that are operating as charter schools and stuff, and this keeps coming up again and again with the General Assembly. I don't think there's any guarantee, as Denise was talking about with this one, if the Senate hadn't stepped in on the lab schools, who knows what kind of thing we could have private for-profit companies as well as religious groups running these things. And it's a real concern.
Yeah, and you just have to look at any other state that has let a private education company and how well they've done.
What a disaster it's been. Yeah. Yeah.
It has to be at public colleges right now. It cannot be a private. That's a good point. And the Senate has stopped some of the foolishness that you just mentioned in their conference about it. But anyway.
I love seeing the engagement, but I want to make sure that we don't blow our schedule when we come to our other speakers and our other issue groups. So if you find that you still have questions, Carolyn, where should they direct those? If you will put that in the chat, I think that would be helpful. And go ahead and introduce your next person, but then tell people how to get their questions answered.
Right, with left hand and right hand. I have my email at the end, so that's probably the simplest.
Does Frida still have a question? Her hand is up.
She does, but she can email it to Carolyn.
Okay.
She just put it there in the chat, and we will keep moving to our next issue group, please.
Our next study is environmental justice and I am reporting. So off we go. And I hope you're seeing environmental justice study because I can't see the screen anymore.
Yes, can you make it bigger by any
I
chance?
don't know how.
Okay, okay, well, just
Let me
we'll
see.
make
if
sure
this-
everything's in the file.
That didn't really help, did it?
Well, we'll put it in the drive.
Sorry. This year, oddly enough, is the 40th anniversary of environmental justice as a movement. In 1982, and just across the state line in North Carolina, officials planned to locate a toxic waste landfill in a predominantly African-American community. This is not an uncommon thing. And there had been protests before about similar injustices, but this one got national attention and gave the cause a name. As defined by the Environmental Protection Agency, environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. I don't normally read screens, but I want you to catch all the important words there. And this has been picked up in the Virginia Environmental Justice Act of 2020. The study group began by reviewing existing positions, and we found that neither our state positions nor any but the very newest national positions include these concepts in the definition from the EPA. We then looked around Virginia for specific instances of environmental injustice. And we even found some that were shining examples of fair treatment and meaningful involvement. So our report will cover case studies from around the state involving a variety of different kinds of environmental justice issues. Probably the first thing that brings to mind are the pipelines and the Lambert compressor station that the Mountain Valley Pipeline sought. When you're transporting natural gas, you want to squeeze it down to as small a volume as possible. So a compressor station. The permit sought by the Mountain Valley Pipeline was denied by the citizen-led Air Quality Board. And that led the General Assembly to fly into a tizzy and take permitting power away from the citizen environmental boards in Virginia in this most recent General Assembly. This is what gold mining in the eastern United States looks like. And it's only the latest challenge to Buckingham County that's been through a compressor station and other issues. But they are doing a better job this time of that meaningful involvement part. Joan Curry researched this with Wetlands Watch. Chesterfield Heights is a historic Black community, and the riverfront is industrial there. It's not beachy. And as you can see, they were cut off when the highway was built. That's a whole nother issue, was highways through communities. At any rate, they found some really interesting ways to help the community have a sustainable future, at least for the short run. You may have heard about heat mapping and urban heat islands and how they tend to match up with redlining in cities around the state. Another aspect that I myself have been digging into is how green spaces, parks have not been welcoming to people of color. In fact, they've been the site of violence and threats. This is a beautiful photo book from an organization sponsored by the Audubon Society in part, called Taking Nature Black. The Bristol landfill, it sounded like such a smart idea. They were going to put it in an abandoned quarry. And now it's become a two-state embarrassment because it's right over the Virginia line from Tennessee. Green Ridge has gone through a series of proposals. One was going to make it a mega landfill. And the Department of Environmental Quality is still chewing on the latest version of the proposal. So the point of using these case studies is to see what are the commonalities. Some of the obvious ones are the legacies of systemic racism in this state. Another commonality is the frequency with which it's not legislation, it's administrative actions, which if we're going to become advocates, is going to take us into territory we may not be as comfortable with as we have been with legislation. So all of this will help shape our consensus questions that will go out to you. And I'm asking you a question when you leave this council meeting and go back to your league. Think about whether you have an environmental justice issue in the area your league serves and what you might want to do about that, and feed that information into the study. Thank you.
Does anyone have a question for Carolyn? You can raise your hand or put it into chat.
There seemed to be a bunch of them in chat, but of course I couldn't look at that and look at what I was doing.
Joan, will you help with chat while Carolyn, I think there's a few
Yes.
hands raised now.
Yeah, there's no base direct questions in chat, so you could go to the hands. Which includes Heather and Frida.
Frida?
I was just, thank you for the work that you've put together. And I don't know how much time we have, but I'll follow up with Carolyn because I'm participating in the study, but I was just wondering about the influence of certain industries like the fossil fuel industry that was behind the General Assembly change, taking the power away from the citizen boards. If that was being included in the study as far as where the oppression is coming from, the motivations, or if it's just focused on, the systemic racism part of it and the intersectionality with the environment. So if you could clarify that, I'd appreciate it.
It's an interesting angle. I think you could probably see that there are intersections with the other two studies. Money in politics has certainly had its effect on the environment. And I confess I hadn't made the connection between crumbling schools and environmental justice, and it's as obvious as staring me in the face. So being the league, our focus is on advocacy with elected officials more. I have to think about that. Heather?
I was wondering with the focus on what areas have been historically neglected. We have a wide range of neighborhood demographics that are facing some of the same issues here in Hampton Roads, like flooding. Is the study going to look at decision processes that local governments or the state government may make that end up seemingly, at least on the surface, favoring those more influential parties or neighborhoods? Specifically, what comes to mind is the complaints about after Hurricane Matthew in the city of Virginia Beach, how the city shifted planned work that would have prevented the flooding in favor of completing a project ahead of schedule or out of order in the mayor's neighborhood. I know that's a lot of gossipy type supposition, but you find these things happening over and over again. So not just the influence of money, but the influence of influence. That's poorly worded, sorry.
I think that's why it's so important that the definition speaks to income and meaningful involvement. So this is very important.
Okay.
Any more? Oh, Judith. You have your hand up. And you're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, thank you. I had to use that little message to get myself unmuted. It wasn't working. I just have a quick question, and I might have missed it in the presentation, but I was wondering, when will this report be available for the local leagues?
We're not as far along as education.
Okay.
But obviously it will be sometime this year. All four of them will be sometime this year.
Okay, great. And by this year, we're talking before January, right?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Assuming the plates don't come out of the air and crash on the ground.
Andrienne has her hand up as well.
Thank you, Carolyn, for this report. I really appreciate all the detail that you've gone into it. I was just wondering if the report would also go into discussing the housing market and how that is also playing an effect on environmental justice, because you're seeing private equity firms buying up properties and turning them into rental markets, and those are predominantly Black neighborhoods in cities like Richmond and even up here in Northern Virginia. So I just wanted to know if that also played a part into, I know that's a separate issue entirely, but if that is a part of this discussion, in regards to environmental justice.
Gentrification, I think, is the angle that it connects directly, and a lot of the sources we've been looking into have talked about that. You have a neighborhood that needs green space. You had green space, and suddenly rents go up, and people who live there get priced out and don't get the benefit. There are a lot of intersecting vicious circles here. Are we ready to go on to childcare?
I think so. Looking good.
Okay, Maria Posey has been the leader of the childcare study group, and she's in Fairfax, and she's going to explain how that study is progressing.
Hey everyone, can you see my screen?
You're good.
All right. Great to hear the progress of some of the other studies, and makes me feel encouraged that we don't have a ready document for everyone just yet. We're still all kind of in the progress, and that's where we are too. So just going to share a little bit first on why we decided to do the childcare. It's been a year since talking to you all at the 2021 convention and agreeing that this was a worthwhile topic to dig into. Mainly because looking at the current position, not really having been thoroughly reviewed and revised since the 80s, when the big issue was just the lack of oversight and safety and health around the childcare industry, meaning it wasn't really a licensed industry at all. And then, of course, the issues of today being quite different. Are you guys seeing the cutoff at the end, or are you seeing the full screen?
It's a bit cut off.
It's a bit cut off. Okay, I don't know why that would be. Maybe it's just this slide. And so recognizing the kind of need for considering today's childcare early education industry and the challenges and barriers out there today, also acknowledging that the League of Women Voters can really make a difference in this space. It is an area of high importance to our members, to our demographics, and it is also getting a level of attention not seen for decades in federal, state, and local discussions. And so in order to fully engage in those conversations, of course, we need an updated study to participate. The vision that we laid out at the beginning of our study and presented to the convention last year involves really examining the study from the perspective of 5 stakeholder groups. They include the parents, with a vision to ensuring that no parent, especially Black, minority, and other parents who have come from families historically underserved and marginalized, don't have to choose between keeping or getting promoted in a job or caring for their children. We know that women's participation in the labor force at the moment are at historic lows, somewhere between 60 and 70%, meaning thousands of women in Virginia are just not working at the moment. And that, of course, is due to a variety of reasons, but childcare is probably a pretty significant reason for many working age women in the state today. We want to ensure that childcare providers don't have to choose between delivering quality, safe care and remaining operational, that every young child aged 0 to 5 is healthy and safe in their childcare settings, that every school-age child has a safe, nurturing place to go after school, and that every childcare educator has the knowledge, skills, and compensation. So those are the overall goals of the vision for the childcare industry that we laid out, and we have organized our study on asking ourselves the question, what will it take to get to this vision? And so what we have done is we have consulted over 30 different source documents. I see Beth Carriel is on the line here and want to give a shout out to her for spending hours on a literature review, really looking at webinars and documentaries and research documents out there, looking at this debate from an academic as well as a practical and policy point of view. We've also done 41 interviews with parents, providers, officials from across the state, really trying to get perspectives from different school education regions to understand, what regional differences may exist. We've considered the costs of different care solutions. Right now, Virginia has a mixed delivery method where there's some amount of subsidy offered to parents. There's some amount of stabilization support offered to child care providers. And then, of course, parents themselves still make up the majority of the costs needed to provide care. We've looked at other leagues' positions on child care and from around the country where other leagues have completed studies or developed more robust, more recent positions around childcare. And all of that information is now what we are taking and synthesizing into an actual study document, a report, if you may, that will be shared with all of you, alongside some brainstorming around possible policy solutions that will also be included in consensus questions to be shared with all of you. So those documents is what we're going to be working with over the summer and hopefully sharing with you all in the fall for consideration. And then towards the end of the year, we hope to synthesize all of the response and see, where is their consensus, and hopefully have some discussion points to bring to the League of Women Voter Board to collectively and collaboratively work out some draft language for an updated position to present at the 2023 convention. So that's the quick overview of what we've done, what we're doing, and what we will be doing. To double click on a couple of these pieces, some of the big things that we have learned in our conversations and our literature reviews and our cost analysis is that staffing in the childcare industry is really like flash, bold, the most pressing problem right now. That includes recruiting new staff and retaining existing staff and ensuring that those staff are sufficiently trained to provide quality care. Cannot say how many people raised this as an issue, how many articles really walked into the fact that the default of having the childcare industry be a private industry is just not working anymore because it can't compete with other industries. People considering different jobs are not choosing early care and education because the pay, the work schedules, the demands emotionally, physically are just not worth it compared to other jobs. The example of people can make $13 an hour working in a childcare center or make $17 working at Target. The equation is not that hard to compute, and why people then are making the choices that they make, especially because the efforts around quality care and licensed health and safety standards are well implemented and well regulated, which requires staff to have this requisite training, which is costly to obtain for themselves and for the centers to provide continuing education and professional development. So those factors collectively make it so that there's massive understaffing across the state. Many centers have had to close down simply because they cannot find staff. Directors are having to step into classrooms in order to maintain requisite ratios, leaving the administration of the centers, on the back burner. So just if there's one thing to take away today, and what preview of what's to come, is to think about how the issue around staffing can be addressed. We also looked at cost as a barrier to many parents. they told us they can't bear the burden of paying for the quality care necessary. They fully recognize that educators are heroes and should be paid well, but parents simply can't afford that. Even in higher income areas like Northern Virginia, the overall cost of living is so high that families are spending 10-15% of their incomes on childcare. And some of the average costs we looked at include, $14,000 a year for infant care, $10,000 a year for preschool, when the median income of after taxes in Virginia is only $55,000. Now, of course, this does vary by region, but overall, this felt like a great need across the state. And these two things together, the staffing and the cost also impact supply, meaning the accessibility, especially accessibility for infants and children with special needs. These are higher complexity types of care that require specialized training, lower ratios in the cases of infants, and therefore they simply it costs more to provide the kind of care for special needs and infants. And without sufficient funding, those are just not as available, especially across the state, and especially in more rural areas. Supply wasn't as much of an issue in Northern Virginia, Fairfax, but really strongly an issue once you get further south and west. Flexibility around, when a care is available was also mentioned. All right, just one more thing to share, which is a little bit of sneak peek preview, now with a big flashing caveat that these are not final considerations. We are still working out what possible solutions we would put forth to the local leagues to try to, encourage consensus around. But some of the things we are currently considering that have been put out there by academics, by policymakers, they have in some respects been implemented in other states and can be, we were looking at sort of models that places like Alabama, New Jersey, Washington State, who have enacted more legislation around state-run and state support for early education and care. So all of these sort of ideas are pulled from both the needs that we've seen in Virginia, as well as kind of those other examples. And they include things like potentially capping families' contribution at 7%, increasing the amount of reimbursement for providers, really being clear on the definitions around quality, and then funding those quality, ensuring sufficient funding to actually achieve those quality standards. Doing more around out of school time, OST, or after school care, which often is absent from early care and education or child care debates, and recognizing that just because a child enters kindergarten at age 5, they're not suddenly self-sufficient and cannot necessarily be left alone from the time they get home from school until whenever children or whenever parents end work. And so some kind of care is often needed for them as well. And then, of course, for the educators themselves around the staffing and compensation. So these are just possible ideas, again, just to kind of give you a preview of some of the things we're thinking about. So with that, that's our update. Happy to answer questions. Going to check if there's anything in the chat. Stop screen sharing.
There is one question and one suggestion for someone. Heather can help you make contacts in chat. Do you see them?
Yeah, I do.
Great.
Okay, the first question, I say thank you for the support from Denise and Carolyn first. In our interviews with parents, how did the committee go about getting contact information for parents in Southwest Virginia included? We really tried to get a diverse parent perspective. That was probably the hardest, was to get to, really diverse group of parents to weigh in. I do think we talked to some folks in the Southwest areas. We certainly spoke to providers in all areas, and sometimes providers were able to connect us to some of their parents. Sometimes, our issue group members talk to their neighbors. And then we also really leveraged some existing research that has been done. So, recognizing that we weren't going to come near scientific rigor for actual primary research, we leveraged some of the other, funded research. The University of Virginia has done a lot of recent study talking to parents across the state. And so we kind of used those secondary sources, also recognizing that parents are insanely busy and wanting to be very cognizant of taking their time. All right. The June issue of Scientific American has an article on early childhood and makes a powerful argument for all society to support childhood. Yes, Carolyn, that is right. Thankfully, this is such an opportune time. It seems to be an issue that lends itself really well to bipartisan support, because the lack of quality childcare affects everybody, irrespective of race, place, income, political affiliation. It really seems to be a unifier. And even Young Ken recently made a request of the budget back to the legislator to increase the amount for early care and education in preschool, that the initial budget from the legislator was not enough. Yes, and the DEI aspect, we definitely wanted to track. We intentionally asked everyone we talked to identify based on race. And in addition to geography, to really get a sense and try to have a complete picture. We intentionally sought out providers that were participating in the subsidy program. We spoke to early Head Start programs to really get the sense of the people involved in the industry serving historically marginalized and underserved low-income families. Will the study look at initial education opportunities for providers? As part of, go ahead, somebody want? As part of looking at the staffing issues of existing, the challenges of professional development, and also the credentialing required to be a licensed early care educator, is important, and is one of the cost barriers as well. And so there is a Child Care Aware Virginia has a lot of really robust training and resources for early care educators. And the issue isn't necessarily a lack of available training opportunities. It's the inability to find the time and the money to actually attend, and making it actually feasible for people wanting to enter the field and people currently in the field to take advantage of those opportunities. Yeah, and lack of portability of background checks. Yeah, there's some administrative things that could help alleviate some of the challenges experienced in the staffing front that have to do with portability of background checks, the timing it takes to complete background checks. Like if you have provisional approval, can you start working before the full approval comes through? Like there are little tweaks like that that could be made to support some of the issues, but those would at most be sort of, tweaks in the margin.
Maria, we have 1 minute before we need to break. And so if you could get to Frida very quickly, because she didn't get to ask her question of the last issue.
Right.
And then if there are any additional questions, those will have to be done via email.
Thank you, Deb. Frida?
Yes, thanks. Just real quick, I noticed that the focus so far has been on paying for childcare. I was hoping that you could also include support for parents who stay at home and maybe look at Europe and what they did. Back in the early 90s, when I had to make a decision whether or not to go back to work or stay at home, I figured out I'd be only making $2 an hour if I went back to work. And I thought I'm worth more than that. And I stayed home and found a way to make more money at home. So I was hoping that you would also include that in your study about support for providing early childhood, supporting the parents if they want to.
That's an interesting perspective. We'll take that into thought as well, for sure. Thank you for raising that.
Thank you, Maria. And I'll cram this into that 1 minute. I have the most amazed respect for the people who've been working on these studies. Just a lot of work has happened very, very quickly. And I thank you for listening and thank all of our study members for working.
So thank you. And to reiterate what Carolyn said, your work is crucial to our advocacy to try to getting these laws passed and changed, and really appreciate your hard work. And to remind all of our members that there may still be some time that you can help out these studies. If you heard something today that piqued your interest, one of the best ways that you can make sure your part of the state is represented or your views are represented is to join one of these issue groups or studies, both. So with that, we will quickly take our lunch break. Carolyn's email is in the chat. If your question didn't get answered, please respond there by email, and we will see everyone at noon. Thank you. I know that was a quick break, but hopefully you got some sustenance, and we are delighted to have Kelly Thomasson with us today for our keynote speaker. Kelly's the former Secretary of Commonwealth and served from 2016 to 2022, the only person in recent history to be appointed to the position by two governors. As Secretary of the Commonwealth, Kelly was passionate about creating a state government that is open and welcome to everyone. She assisted the governor in recruiting and appointing over 5,000 qualified service-minded individuals to serve on Virginia's boards, commissions, and councils, proudly appointing the most diverse group of board appointees in Virginia's history. She also led the effort to provide second chances to individuals across the Commonwealth. She oversaw the governor's restoration of civil rights to returning citizens, streamlining the process and implementing policy changes that resulted in the restoration of rights to over 300,000 individuals. Under her tenure, the clemency process was also streamlined to be more fair and transparent, and more Virginians were pardoned than under all other past governors combined. And Kelly, thank you so much. As you know, restoration of rights is a huge issue for us, and we are thrilled to have you here to talk about your role and whatever else you'd like to share with us. So welcome. If you would like, Kelly, I can pause the recording and you can go and come back and see if that resolves your issue.
Absolutely, thank you. And now that we're recording, I will also tell you, I don't know what the room behind me looks like because we had a sleepover for my 9-year-old daughter last night for her birthday. I just had 7 9-year-old girls leave my house like 20 minutes ago. So everything's great. This is perfect timing.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
Excellent. Absolutely. Thank you all so much. So it is such an honor to be here today with so many dedicated and passionate women. You all are a force in your communities and collectively across the Commonwealth. And I'm so grateful for your advocacy and for your work. The League of Women Voters invited me to join you today because I had the honor and pleasure of serving as the Secretary of the Commonwealth for not just 1, but 2 governors. And for those of you who don't know what the Secretary of the Commonwealth does, don't worry. At the end of 2 administrations, I used to joke that even my colleagues didn't understand all of the things that we did. But I will say that by the end of those administrations, almost everyone knew that one of the things that we did was being responsible for overseeing and administering the governor's clemency powers, including the power to restore civil rights. It was such a vitally important task for both of our governors. And I don't know that either of them anticipated that going into it. But it quickly became something that we were very passionate about because it was so important to people. And we got to hear those stories every day. And I know that you all do too. And I appreciate the League's commitment to restoration of rights and voter registration and helping make sure that that we continue with good policies moving forward. So, and I joined the McAuliffe administration as Deputy Secretary in 2014 at the start of his administration because of those things that you all care about so much. I'm passionate about good government, justice, and inclusion. And as my friend Governor Northam likes to say, about building a Virginia that works better for everyone, no matter who you are or where you're from. And while there was a seeming disconnect between all of the many responsibilities of our office, we commissioned notaries, we had service of process, clemency, board appointments, all of these random things that we did, the theme that I embraced, that we really kind of ran across all of the work that we did, was making sure that we were creating an open and inclusive government that values, respects, and works for all of our residents. And as I reflect back, which I have the opportunity to do since we left office in January, I couldn't be more proud to have worked for Governor McAuliffe and for Governor Northam. We had incredible teams, and we used this opportunity to affect positive change in so many lives. And so today I really am going to talk about those changes that we made around restoration of rights. And this is understanding the history and thinking about the future. As I said, many of you all are so familiar with this because you've worked to spread the word, to register new voters, and to help change the laws. But a little refresher kind of on what this means in Virginia. In Virginia, if you're convicted of a felony, you lose your civil rights: the right to vote, run for office, serve on a jury, be a notary public, as well as your firearm rights. The Constitution gives the governor the sole discretion to restore these civil rights, not including firearm rights. Governor couldn't restore them if he wanted to. It's not part of the powers granted to him by the Constitution. This has unfortunately been the case since racist Jim Crow laws were written into our Constitution in the early 1900s, and very explicitly referenced that this is why they were going into our Constitution. This also puts Virginia's laws in the bottom 4 in the country, the last time I checked, for restoration of civil rights. We may be worse now, I don't know, but we're at least in the bottom 4. That's not good company to be in. Most states have an automatic restoration policy for folks who have completed their sentences. Maine and Vermont don't even restrict voting rights after a conviction. But despite our restrictive laws, when Governor McAuliffe took office in 2014, Virginia was heading in a good direction. We had governors who were willing to use their clemency power to restore rights. Governor Warner and Kane started using their executive powers more than others had done in the past. Although, and I have worked for both of them, it was a drop in the bucket. But they were moving in the right direction. Governor McDonald came in and also continued this work. And in 2013, he announced some pretty major changes that are still in use today. And so I was really thankful for the work that he did as well to move this needle forward. And so we continue to build on these positive reforms. And by the first 2 years of the Governor McAuliffe's administration, we had made some small tweaks that had big impacts. And we really did that because the hope was if we could slowly normalize a more progressive policy, whichever governor came in next would keep that and keep this momentum up. And that was sort of the direction I said that we were moving in for the first 2 years, and it worked. We were super proud of the work that we did. And in just over 2 years, we restored rights to over 18,000 individuals, which was more than the past 7 governors combined. We were super proud of that. I remember we had this countdown in our office and we're like, if we can just get to 10,000 people, it will be amazing. We got to 18,000. We had done more than all the other governors. But guess what? 18,000 people is still a drop in the bucket. There were estimates that there were as many as 400,000 people who were disenfranchised in Virginia due to past felony convictions. We knew that more could and should be done. So in 2016, Governor McAuliffe, you may have heard him use these words before, decided to do what he does best, go big. Go big or go home, he'd always say. So we announced an executive action to restore rights categorically to everybody who met the eligibility criteria, which was to finish your term of incarceration and finish any term of supervision. We had gotten rid of the requirements to pay fines and fees. You still had to pay fines and fees. They just didn't preclude you from having your rights restored, and many other changes, separations between policies for more serious offenses and nonviolent offenses. All of these things, we had already kind of equalized. So this action that we took in 2016 didn't create an automatic process like in so many other states, but it got us pretty close. It brought us into the mainstream and we joined kind of 40 other states while the governor was having to take an executive action. We had essentially created an automatic process. Not everybody thought that was as great as we thought it was. And there were a lot of naysayers and a lot of criticisms, and a number of Republican legislative leaders sued us. And so we ended up in the Supreme Court and we lost, but we persevered. And so the governor said, you know what, if the court has said I can't do this sort of categorically, and so we'll do it individually. We're going to have the same policy. We'll do it individually, not a problem. And we did. And the process streamlined the process, created some efficiencies, really sort of revamped to make sure that we could do this efficiently. And we did. And by the end of the McAuliffe administration, he had restored rights to over 175,000 people, which was fantastic. A lot more than the 18,000 that we had started after 2 years. Governor Northam took over in 2018. He continued this great work. We really dug in, kept our heads down, doing the work, restoring the rights. And so through all of this, I've kind of talked about these policies that we enacted. We're still working within those confines of the Constitution, giving the governor the sole discretion. But when you give the governor the sole discretion, they get to restore rights to whomever that he or she sees fit. So Governor Northam also continued to tweak this policy. Same thing, for 2 years, we were like, we're doing good. We've restored so many rights. This is amazing. You know what? We can do more. We've heard from so many advocates. We've heard from so many returning citizens and their families about their probation sentences and how long some people get placed on indefinite probation. That means forever, right? Or, sometimes decades long probation sentences. And our criteria at that time was that you had to be released from supervision, even community supervision, before you could get your rights restored. But we said, you know what? These are still people who have served their time. They're back in their communities. they're working, they're living with their families, they're sending their kids to school, they're paying their taxes, and they deserve to have their voices heard, even if they're still on probation. And so Governor Northam changed the policy to restore rights to individuals who are in our communities and have been released from incarceration, really putting us even more in line with the status quo across the country. And so by the end of the administration in January, we had restored rights to over 166,000 people, which is just, you know, it makes me so happy. Now, during all of this time, we continued to work with the League of Women Voters and legislators and other advocates on a constitutional amendment, which you all have been working on for decades, I think. And so, as you all know, this has not been an easy road. And every year, the legislators introduce various versions, and they kind of range across the board. And that's one of the things that as we move into the future, I think we'll really have to be careful about is what that final language says. And so I was happy to be able to work with legislators on both sides of the aisle and different advocacy groups to craft a version in 2001 that passed that I thought we could all really get behind. There had been a push for kind of what we called the right to vote constitutional amendment, which would not take away anybody's right to vote as a result of a felony conviction, which would be amazing and put us in line with Maine and Vermont. I don't think Virginia is going to get there anytime soon. Hopefully we will get there. But you know, and I think that's a good thing to keep pushing for. But we said, let's at least fix this this constitutional amendment in case we have somebody come in that isn't going to continue this work, that this kind of bipartisan trend. Remember, Governor McDonnell also made a lot of progress on restoration of rights. Let's continue this bipartisan trend. But what if we have a governor who doesn't do that? And that's why a constitutional amendment would be so important. So that passed in 2021. And then unfortunately, during this General Assembly session, it did not pass despite wide community bipartisan support. And so now we start again. And I know and appreciate that the League will be right there in those efforts, helping out. I do, as I mentioned, I think a small word of caution about that is that while a constitutional amendment is desperately needed, I think we need to be careful that we don't institute a constitutional amendment that would be more restrictive than where we are now. I think you'll continue to see a push by some to put in fines and fees as a criteria, that somebody will have to have paid their fines and fees first or have finished their probation. And I think that would be harmful if we codified that and put that into the Constitution, that level of specificity. And I think that's one thing that you really have to be careful of. We know how much of a challenge it has been to pass a constitutional amendment. So we don't want to pass a constitutional amendment that isn't very good and that then we're going to say, well, we'll just try to fix it again next time. It's a constitutional amendment. It's a lot harder than passing a law. So constitutional amendments, for those of you who may not be aware, you have to pass in 2 consecutive sessions that are of different session, like there's an election in between them. So a different General Assembly is voting on them 2 years in a row. And then it goes to a ballot referendum. So there's a lot of steps in passing a constitutional amendment. So I think we do want to be careful about that language that would potentially get codified. One of the things in the 2001 version that passed that's really important is it also preserves the governor's right to restore rights. So even though it said, hey, we're going to create this automatic process, we left in this would be the process by which rights would be restored, and also a governor could restore rights. That's important because that would also allow a governor to kind of go above and beyond if she or he wanted to do that, right? To say, if the criteria was you have to have been released from incarceration, or the governor can restore your rights. It's also going to give the governor the ability to say, hey, this person's currently incarcerated, but I think they need to have their rights restored, right? It kind of leaves those doors open. So that's kind of where we are. I do want to kind of reiterate, though, that we kind of get bogged down in the politics of this and talking about, getting through the General Assembly and lobbying people. And, it definitely tends to be a Democratic priority. But this is not just about politics. It's about the people. It's about the returning citizens who have, made mistakes in their past and been convicted and are now returning home and want to be part of our society. This is, this is a fundamental right, as you all know. And I think it's really important to always keep that in mind, that this is something that we've seen. I've heard from so many people who have said to me, this is as important as it is to be able to vote and to participate, there's a symbolic measure to this too, of being treated like a full citizen and a member of society. And that's something that, as people are trying to start over and to reestablish themselves, that if we are treating people fairly and equitably, and treating them like full members of society, they're going to want to be full members of society. And I think that is really so important, and something that we've seen in all of the community work that we've done and the folks that I've talked to inside and outside of our correctional facilities. And so that is sort of where we are right now. I'd love, Deb, I didn't ask if it's okay to take questions. I think I saw a couple of them popping up that was hard to see since I'm on my phone now. Okay. But I'm happy to open it up and take questions if folks want to either tell me what's in the chat or just pop up and ask.
Joan will facilitate you.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Thomasson. There's questions about the number of people still left waiting to get their rights restored. What is that number? And do you know, you're not in the administration, but do you know what is being done for those people right now?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I will start by saying one thing that I forgot to say, and that is kudos to the new administration, right? I think none of us, at least as far as restoration of rights, very recently, about 2 weeks ago, they announced that they had restored rights to about 3,000 people, I think. And so I will say that we do kind of our internal lingo is we do these in batches because it's more efficient. So I would always talk about a batch. We've done a batch. And as much as that batch is filled up with individuals, that's sort of how we would process those. And so I was happy to hear that. I think there were a lot of questions when Governor Youngkin came in on what his policy would be. I will say they haven't formally announced what their policy is, but I believe that this batch that they just did used the same criteria that Governor Northam was using when he left office. And I was very happy about that. And I hope that continues. So what I believe right now is that they are going to keep doing that, and hopefully we'll continue that throughout their administration. So what that means is that number, back in 2016, 2014, there were estimates that up to 400,000 people were disenfranchised. It's a really hard number to actually calculate, unfortunately. So because this is always changing, right? You've got people who have been convicted in Virginia and are incarcerated in Virginia, but there's people who maybe got convicted in Virginia and have been transferred elsewhere for their period of incarceration. Or you've got people who were convicted in other states, have finished their sentences and have moved to Virginia, right? So we can't ever pinpoint that number in particular. We know about Virginia convictions, but if somebody's finished their sentence and they've finished their parole and they've moved away, like we don't know that, right? Virginia's not keeping tabs on who is here in that way and tracking those things, which is a good thing generally, but it's not good when it comes to trying to figure out and sort of pinpoint what this number is, and that's something why. So it's hard to say. So what I can say is that we did everything that we could, and that process that Governor McDonald instituted in 2013 that we continued is to proactively identify people who are eligible to have their rights restored. So we work with the Department of Corrections every month, and the team is still doing this now, to say, hey, Department of Corrections, give us a list of everybody who's been released from incarceration or released from supervision. We're going to get their information and we're going to check to make sure they're eligible, they meet all of their criteria, and we're going to restore their rights. So there's a two paths that you can take. One is that the team, the governor's office, is proactively identifying people. And then there's also, and I just saw somebody put it in the chat, thank you, restore.virginia.gov. You can go and request that your rights be restored. You can also check the status. It's going to make you check that status, because a lot of people have had their rights restored and they don't know it. Because again, we're proactively identifying them. We don't necessarily have great contact information for them. So one of the things that we did a few years ago was to create this portal so somebody could go in, put their name, date of birth, social security number, and check the status. And I have people who have called and said, I really want to get my rights restored. We look it up and we're like, hey, congratulations, we restored your rights 2 years ago. They're like, oh my gosh, holy moly. So there's this is a long rambling answer to that question of, we don't exactly know how many people there are, but I feel very confident that we have gotten through most of what I'd say the backlog, right? The people who maybe finished their incarceration 20 years ago or 5 years ago or 40 years ago, who have needed to have their rights restored, who either didn't know it or never had that opportunity before. We've gotten through almost all of that backlog that we can ever know about. And then again, we were getting those rights restored on a monthly basis. So getting that list of people who were coming out on a monthly basis. And if the administration keeps doing that, then I think we're in pretty good shape. There will always be some people out there, but the vast majority, the thousands and thousands of people, I don't think there's a huge backlog right now.
Yeah, there is another question about that process. How does the current secretary manage that opportunity? Is there a paper trail? A lot of people are asking, how do we find out who has or has not had their rights restored? And I know there's privacy issues there, but can we assist people other than saying, go to that portal, which we all do when we register to vote?
Yeah, that's really the way to do it, is when you're out registering voters and they might say, hey, I'm not sure that I can register. You can help look them up. It's mobile friendly. You can look them up on your, have them put in their information, or you can, if the sort of subtle question is here, can we FOIA the office and get a list of everybody who's had their rights restored so that we can try to contact them? I don't think you'll be very successful with that. And I will, even during our administration, because of those privacy concerns, we didn't release those lists, just sort of like the mass list of here's everybody who's had their rights restored. I understand from an advocate's perspective and from groups like you all who are registering voters. But what we did was, everybody who we had contact information for, we sent them voter registration information. And both the links to do it online and actually voter registration forms and prepaid envelopes so that they could return those.
Yeah, I agree with Carolyn. We do bring electronic devices with us when we register, so we can look it up and tell people right there. And many do not know their rights were restored. Deb wants to know, how are people who are moving in and out of the state, how are their, and I'm sorry, my computer's jumping, but how are their rights restored? Are they aware of it? If you move out of the state, do you have to go to that?
There are sort of interstate, like an interstate compact, basically, that allows that to happen. So in Virginia, always, even though we had really restrictive laws, if you maybe were in New York, you had a New York conviction, New York has an automatic restoration policy. So if your rights were restored in New York, that's valid here in Virginia. So if somebody moved here and they wanted to register to vote, they didn't have to have their rights restored by the governor of Virginia if their rights had been restored wherever they came from. So that's most people. Now we do have, Florida and some of the other more restrictive states. If you're living in Virginia and you want to register to vote and you have a conviction in another state, that is something that the governor can also restore rights for non-Virginia convictions for people who are living here who need to have their rights restored. But there's not a, other than the outreach from groups like you and the governor's office, and every time we get sort of earned media on this and sort of telling that story and letting people know, there's no, unless they try to register to vote and the registrar tells them, there's not a systematic way to reach out to people who have just moved here and say, hey, let's tell you about restoration of rights.
To follow up, so if we have someone who says I just moved to Virginia, I have a conviction in blah 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 state, we can look that up online and see. So if they're restored in that state, we register them. What about if somebody going out, like somebody moves from Virginia to North Carolina, they have to go through the restoration process here or in North Carolina?
Either way. And we have done that for people, if you have if you have a Virginia conviction, no matter where you live, Virginia can restore your rights. If you live in Virginia, no matter where your conviction was, we can restore your rights.
Okay. There's a question about Virginia citizens who are convicted of federal crimes and incarcerated in federal prisons. How does that work?
The same way. So if they had a federal crime and they're living in Virginia, we can restore those rights.
Okay. Does a person know when their rights are restored? Because we've all encountered people who say, oh, I didn't know. But is there some attempt to reach out to them?
There is. For those folks who we are proactively working with the Department of Corrections to identify, we often don't have good addresses. So if you think about this population, if that person has been incarcerated for 20 years, their last known address when they went in is not going to be their address when they get out. So it's pretty unreliable information as far as mailing addresses and contact information. So there are a lot, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people who have had their rights restored who we've not been able to proactively contact to say, hey, your rights have been restored. Now, what we have done is worked with correctional officers to let them know as part of their reentry training before they get released to let them know that this is something that happens and that they can check and make sure. And with service providers and parole officers and all of the fantastic reentry providers across the Commonwealth, we would always make sure that this was something that they had in their toolbox and could make sure that folks knew about it. But it's not a fail-proof system.
Thank you.
Kelly, thank you so much. We're at time and really appreciate your personal effort to help voters in Virginia, whether or not, anyway, whatever their status, really appreciate your help. If people have questions that they think of, is there a way to contact you or to get those questions to you?
Sure. My personal email is kelly.thomasson@gmail. And I'll also stay on for a few minutes and see if there was anything else in the chat that I didn't get to touch on and can answer there.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all so much.
Our next speaker is Jess Davis, who is the secretary for the state, but that's just one of her roles. She's also the Assistant Director for Leadership and Civic Engagement for VT Engage at Virginia Tech. For nearly a decade, Jess has been working with college students through developing their civic identity, ethos, and agency. The Center for Leadership and Service Learning at Virginia Tech is where Jess is particularly active with the students. She's also the co-author of a critical examination of community engagement as a practice to foster leadership, which was published in the New Directions for Student Leadership in Winter 2020 edition. Jess is a two-time graduate of Indiana University, where she earned her Master's of Public Affairs with a concentration on policy analysis. She is also a current part-time PhD student, I don't know how, in the higher education program at Virginia Tech. She believes that higher education has an obligation to prepare students to be active in their communities and is committed to practicing what she teaches. And also, Jess is also a planning commissioner for the town of Christiansburg. So Jess, thank you so much for fitting us in.
Hey, no problem. Just another day. That's just another Saturday, I guess. And sometimes, I don't know how I do the things that I do either, but I did take a semester off this semester, so that's been helpful. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna share my screen over here for a second. Okay, so you all are a little bit different of an audience than I'm typically used to working with. Like Deb said, I work primarily with college students at Virginia Tech. I also, just in affiliation with different organizations, kind of work with students really throughout the US on kind of civic engagement, alternative breaks in service, as kind of a process for them. And so, today we're gonna, Joan had kind of cornered me at a hotel at a board meeting one day and was like, Jess, you do leadership. Can you talk about leadership? And I was like, sure, I can talk about leadership. And it took me a minute to really kind of figure out what were some of the things that I wanted to talk with you all about, because I think that we're at such a pivotal time in the US, just with everything that's happened with COVID, that leadership has kind of really been this thing that's off here in the distance, that we know what it is when people are really bad at it, but sometimes we don't always know what it is when people are good at it. And what does that mean then for our local leagues? And so today I just kind of want to focus a little bit on this redefinition of leadership, and kind of go through, we'll have some interactive activities, opportunities for you all to use chat features. We're going to do some breakout rooms, and kind of talk about what this looks like. We're also going to look at some different myths that there are in leadership overall, and then kind of close it out with some opportunities and questions to think about, because I think the other piece that I want to caveat all of this with is that I do not have a magic bullet for leadership in your leagues and how to get more people involved. Leadership looks different for each of our individual leagues. How that involvement and membership looks like is different. But there are pieces that I can talk about of trends that we're seeing, and opportunities, because it really comes down to how are we building and sustaining relationships as a grassroots organization. That is what it comes down to. And sometimes we forget that we have to do that not only with other organizations and the community that we're serving, but also with our own membership. And so kind of to start the conversation out, I really wanted to kind of throw this out there to you all of what do you feel like is something that defines leadership, or what are some traits and values that make a good leader? Feel free to just pop some of those in the chat box. If I can figure out how to, there it is, pull it up. I can read some of those out as well. So listening, someone who is respected, courage, inclusion, openness and respect for others, trustworthy, following through on commitments, respect, brings the best out in others, focused, people who are taking risks, integrity, healthy sense of self, willing to work with colleagues, discipline. Okay, so we're seeing, and feel free to continue to kind of keep throwing those in there into the chat. We're seeing a lot of very similar things across in different ideals and pieces. So my other question to you all is to think about this. Do you think you are a leader? Is that an identity that you feel as though you hold, and that is something that you can proudly say when you are engaging with new members, or if you're talking to different representatives, whether it's specific to the league or if it's something different? Do folks kind of generally feel, maybe do a reaction on your video inconsistency sometimes? Yeah, we see this a lot, I think, with women's leadership, right? We sometimes don't feel as though we have all of the things that we listed out, those traits and those values that make a good leader. We think that we have to have all of them in order to make it. And so that can be hard, right? And I think that really leads into kind of this myths of what leadership is and what leadership isn't. I will say too that you all are not alone in feeling as though sometimes you can only make a good leader or inconsistently. I have students who they sign up for a living learning program in college that's all centered around leadership. And we typically have very few of our students when they're entering that community that feel as though they are a leader. And sometimes even myself as a leadership educator, depending on the situation or that time that I'm in my life, like I also don't feel like a leader, right? And I have the skill set and the training that's really taught me how to be those pieces. And so it can be difficult, but it is something that we're always kind of working on and finessing as we go through this process. And so when I think about leadership, there is a significant, she was a poet and activist. Her name was Audre Lorde. And this is a wonderful quote that I love to think about and encourage and challenge you to think about when you aren't feeling as though you can be a leader, right? And so when I dare to be powerful, to use my voice or to use my strength in the service of my vision, that it becomes less and less important whether I'm afraid. I'm gonna read that again. When I dare to be powerful, to use my strength in the service of my vision, and it becomes less and less important of whether I'm afraid. And so I think that is such a powerful statement because when it comes to leadership, a lot of it is our own insecurities, is our own kind of fear of succeeding. And sometimes that's because we've got a lot of stuff going on and we don't want to drop the balls. Right, we as women tend to take on a lot of things, right? Reading my bio, you can tell that I take on a lot of things in the work that I do in that service, right? But I have a vision of knowing that I want to create a more just world. And so I can do that through several different avenues, right? And so having to use my voice when I'm using doing these activities and when I'm teaching my students, when I'm engaging in my own community, that is when, even though I'm afraid sometimes, that courageousness piece needs to come out. And so I like to reflect back to her statement there. And so when we're kind of rolling into that, right, that fear, that uncertainty, we roll into what are some of these myths of leadership, right? And so the first one is that leadership is a position, right? And I think we get tied up into this all the time, that we think that if you are not the president of an organization or you don't have some title, that you are not really a leader. But through leadership education, we know that that's not true, right? And we work a lot with identifying different pieces to work on, right? Time management is a leadership skill, right? We talked through some of these other values, right? You know, you're a hard worker. How are you setting up your schedule to work and make sure you're completing tasks on time, right? How are you communicating with individuals in your organization, right? Those those are pieces that you're able to build on in order to develop your leadership, right? And that is really what is happening. And when you're coming and you're stepping forward, that is when you're becoming a leader. And so there is some differences between leadership and leaders, but leaders in organizations, which we're going to watch a video here in a minute, can be kind of defined in different ways, that sometimes a leader is actually a follower, and you need both of those in order to kind of make and sustain a movement. So the second myth that we have with leadership, right, is that you have to have all the power, right? And I just a lot of times stems out of positional leadership, where you're in this position, you think because you are the president that you have all of this unlimited power in order to do anything, right? And we know that that's not true either, right? We have part of being a leader is working with other people, right? You can't be a leader of one sometimes, especially when you're working inside of organizations. And so you have to lean into other people with that process. You have to, as a leader, you are kind of able to help move and manipulate and kind of advise individuals that you're working with. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have all the power. And the other piece to that too is that we work inside of a system that's inside of a greater system, right? As members of the league, we are working towards advocating for different topics with our within congressional and state houses and local government. So we don't always have the power sometimes when we're kind of making some of those advocacy pieces. And so this idea that we have to have unlimited power can sometimes be really hard within that. Another myth of leadership, and again, I think this really comes down into women's leadership a lot of the times. So we feel like we have to know every single thing there is about that position or that topic in order to take part in it, right? So we just got through talking about a lot of our studies. I know that I've spoken with folks in the past that maybe they're a little bit afraid of joining one of these study committees or kind of advocating on a specific topic. It's like, I don't know everything, right? And you know, as the person who loves to be the smartest person in the room and to know all the things that I can, I also understand that you're never going to know everything, and that's okay, right? We shouldn't have to know everything. The advent of technology has given us that opportunity that we don't have to know everything. As a good leader, you should be surrounding yourself with people who know different things, but in being able to kind of uplift their voices. But as that leader, you are there to help manage and really empower other people to do the things that they do, while also learning in that context at the same time. And so just know that you don't have to know everything. That's really society pushing it back to us, trying to make us not step into those spaces as we should. A third common myth is that you have to do everything in order to be considered a leader. That is also not true, right? I think a lot of times some feedback that I've heard from some of our leagues is that, you know, we want to do voter registration and education, and we want to have these different forums, and we want to be speaking on a regular basis with some of our legislatures, right? Find a focus, right? It's okay that a league doesn't have to have every single thing in order to kind of push the movement forward, right? Like, you can be good at voter registration, and that's what your league does. If that's what people are interested in, that is an opportunity for you to capitalize on that, right? I like to work with asset-based leadership a lot of the time. What are the things that we're really good about, and how can we capitalize on that, rather than this deficit base of what am I not good at, and how do I kind of build up those skills of what I'm not good at to kind of make this broader skill set. So you don't always have to do that. It can be really hard too, right? I think we're in a society that kind of pushes back towards us of wanting to improve the things that we're not good at. but maybe pick one or two things that you are really good at or that your organization is good at, and work to kind of hone and sustain those pieces within it. A fourth common myth is that failure is not an option, right? A big reason why individuals don't step up into roles of or positions of leadership is because they don't want to fail. They're afraid of failure. And it can be hard, right? I will not say that I am unafraid of failure. I am at times, but I also know that some of the times that I have failed is when I've learned the most. And that's okay, right? Being able to kind of pivot and recharge what it is that you're doing from whatever that failure might be is an opportunity for learning and growth. And it's an opportunity to just learn what didn't work. And that's okay. And I think a lot of times when we're working with organizations, we want to map out how we're going to get the most members. And if this activity doesn't work and only brings 2 people, then we think that it's a giant failure. But what was that difference for those 2 people, and how involved are those 2 individuals going to be? Because if they have a really strong commitment, right, and then they go out and they find 2 more people apiece, right, you've then capitalized on that and you have 4 people, right? That ripple effect can really make a big difference. And so we have to think through what does this failure mean, and how can I learn and grow from it either way. And so those are kind of throwing out there some common myths to leadership, and what we've seen, or what I've seen, using this general we as leadership educators in my office and stuff, have seen time and time again when we're thinking about organizational leadership, either with our student orgs or with community organizations. I was also a lot of information, so I want to stop for a second. I saw a lot of things going through the chat too, and wanted to see if anybody had any questions at the moment out of any of that. Okay. So if you do have a question, feel free to put it in the chat, but we're going to show this video that kind of talks a little bit more. Earlier, I talked about how, sometimes leadership stems out of followership. And so I'm not sure if anybody's seen the leadership lessons from a dancing guy, but we're going to watch this for a moment. If you cannot hear anything, let me know and I'll try to see if I can reset some settings, but we should be okay.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not 2 nuts. 3 is a crowd and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. And over the next minute you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'd be ridiculed for not joining. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, Remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is overglorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
All right. So does that video make anybody else want to dance while they're watching it, like it does me sometimes? I haven't actively started dancing when I've done a presentation with this video yet, but I'm sure it'll happen one day. But what I appreciate about it, right, is that it talks about not having to be the first lone nut in any type of movement to really kind of make a difference of what's going on, right? Like you're able to bring other people along. And that to me is really what is a kind of a definition of leadership, is being able to bring people along. Because you can do that whether you are seen as the head of an organization, or you can do it as somebody that is just considers themselves a member of an organization, and that's how you're practicing leadership. And I think that that's always important to remember when we're working with league members and wanting to kind of to really motivate and work on having a succession plan almost, right, of our boards, right? I know a lot of leagues are struggling to get individuals in positions of leadership. So how are we bringing people along as the current leaders of our organizations? And so what we're going to do next, actually, just kidding, forgot a slide. So leading into that, right, where are the leaders, right? We have individuals. So I'm in the Montgomery County League, right? And right now we have two fabulous interim co-presidents or co-vice presidents who are serving as our presidents. And so, you know, we're working on trying to figure out, like, how do we develop individuals to be able to take over that spot for the president's position, because it's something that we need. Right. But we also know right now that the struggle is real, right? COVID has had a huge impact on organizational life, whether that is through work, whether that is through, you know, personal lives. And so the Gallup organization, and we work a lot at Virginia Tech with them on strengths-based leadership. They do a ton of survey research. A lot of it is typically more focused towards workplace settings, but they have found that in 2021 that 7 out of 10 employees feel burned out at work at least some of the time, and half of employees feel like their lives have been disrupted a fair amount or a great deal by COVID-19, right? And so I would venture to bet that those feelings, they flow over when we're talking about involving in league activities, right? Sometimes I know for me as secretary, like when we have our board meetings, it is a really long day to be at work during the day and then to be on a Zoom call for maybe anywhere between 3 and 4 hours while I have to sit there and take copious notes, right? That can be a lot. And you know, you add that into other things that folks are doing. Sometimes that's not what you motivate people to do, right? But the motivator for me was knowing that I was going to be able to make a difference in my community, but not only here locally with the Montgomery County folks, but also at a state level. And it was something that I knew was something that was a part of my career and my trajectory that I wanted. And so I was able to talk with some folks to make that decision. And so sometimes it's really about shifting that narrative. And so with that, we're gonna do some activities. So if folks have never used a Google Jamboard before, you are in luck. These are one of my favorite things to use. So let me, I put an easy link there for folks if you want to use that. I'm also going to drop it here in the chat, so you'll be able to just click on that. And for if you've never used a Jamboard before, it's kind of like a whiteboard. You can navigate between pages up here, so you got those little arrows for the next frames. Don't skip ahead. We're going to go through these 5 questions. I'm gonna give you all the information you need on what to do, and then I will set you free. But in order to kind of write on here, if you come over to this left-hand side, you'll see this little sticky note. You click on the sticky note, you can select whatever color you'd like to select, and you can put in whatever the question for the prompt is on all 5 of these frames. So you can just type that in there, click save, and then it'll pop a little post-it note up there, and you have the opportunity to be able to move it around. You can move other people's post-it notes around as well. So when you're picking up your post-it note, be a little bit careful, because it also likes to stack them on top of each other. I don't know why it does that, but I did not create Google, so that's that. So take some minutes. I'm going to give you all, it's 12:59, so I'm going to give you until 1:05 to fill out, go through each of these frames. So the first prompt is, why do you serve as a leader? The second one is, what motivates you to be a leader? The third is, what discourages you from being a leader? What barriers exist for you as a leader? And then the last one is, how might you overcome those barriers? And so we're doing a little bit of flip classroom style, if you will, of you all kind of being able to put some thoughts in there. While you are working, I'm going to separate folks out into breakout rooms. And then at 1:05, I will drop you into breakout rooms, and you'll be able to have a conversation about any of these 5 frames with folks in your breakout room for about 5 minutes, and then we'll bring you back for the full group discussion. So feel free and use as many post-it notes on the page as you would like. You are not condensed to just one for those. They may have any questions. Does that make sense? I'm also going to stop sharing my screen here for a moment. But you all should be good on your screen.
Jess, you had the request to put the dancing man link when you get a minute in the chat. A lot of people wanted him.
Okay, yep, I can find that. All right, I'm gonna drop folks into their breakout rooms now. It looks like we've got stuff on all of the boards. Feel free to keep writing on here, but you're gonna be in groups of about 3 or 4 people. So you will need to talk with one another. And so I'm gonna open those up for you all to jump in now.
Is anyone having trouble getting into their breakout room? I see 2 rooms that don't have anyone besides a board member in them. Because the other people haven't joined.
I can just drop them in another.
Sure. Libby is on with 2 devices, so I wouldn't worry about her.
Okay. There we go. Janet, there should be at the bottom of your screen, probably next to the reactions button, there should be a breakout room. I don't know if I can, usually it pops up on your screen. People, okay, I'm just kind of shoving people in rooms where there's nobody at. Oh, let me see. If I can- Janet, moved you to a different room. Did that generate a pop-up on your screen at all?
You're muted, Janet.
I think I find it. I think I found it. I think. Let's see. Maybe.
If you disappear.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Can you force her?
I tried putting her in a different room, but I don't know how.
I find it. I think I found it.
Okay.
Got it.
I had seen her, but then when I tried to force her into the room that was selected, that wasn't an option because I guess she'd already been selected to join that room.
Yeah.
It's not a feature I'm very familiar with using.
Yeah, I wish it would. I wish it would let you, because when you close the rooms, it will force everybody back to the room. I just wish it would just force people to the breakout room. I don't know why it doesn't do that, but
yeah.
Again, I did not create Zoom.
Yeah, no, that's a good suggestion though to make. Well, you're doing a great job. I think that everyone's very engaged.
Good. I definitely finished the presentation at 8:30 this morning.
Yay!
Because I'm like, what do I do?
Yeah, no, I was working on my script last night. Poor bad.
I saw that. I got the email that you shared it, and I was like, oh, well, maybe I should look at this. And then I saw you in there editing it still. I was like, I'll just go back to sleep.
Yeah, no, I hate texting late, but I thought people wake up and see it.
Yeah. I just had more to do when I got back from vacation than like I was anticipating, and the things that I told myself that I was going to do for like my couple days before I went back to Indiana, I just didn't do it.
Sure.
But
it's hard. And it's like you don't do a thing. I mean, you're busy.
Keeps me out of trouble.
That's what I always say. I say keeps me off the streets, but I think that's the same thing.
I think, and I'll make sure Joan gets this PowerPoint, and the link to the Jamboard will be in there. And so if folks want to go back and read through some of this stuff, they'll have access to it too.
I think that's good. Thank you. And actually, it might be nice to share with the person that's going to do our training in July. I don't know if it gives her a leg up or not, but
yeah.
I have to ask you, did you assign me to a room?
I probably did. I just did the random assignments.
Okay, because I only see you're the only one that doesn't show up as assigned, and yet I can't find myself. So I was just curious if it's because I'm the host.
It might be.
Yeah. I think it must be because like I said, I don't see me.
Yeah, I don't see you either. All right, I'm gonna bring folks back.
Who did I sound?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Joan. We're on that schedule. But I'm assuming that people were having some good conversations because most folks did not come back right away. And so I hope that was helpful in some ways, but I would love to spend some more time talking about the things that you all talked about, but if I could get 2 people to maybe share, if anybody wants to use the raise hand function, and then I'll call on you to unmute, and you can share one thing that you talked about in your group that you wanted to highlight. And now everybody's scared.
I'll share. Our group thought that sometimes we have women issues, like not thinking that we're afraid of being bossy. That was one that came up. And another one that even though we were in leadership positions, we did not consider ourselves a leader.
Yeah, yep. I hear both of those things all the time. And I think part of that's the bossiness, right? It stems from when we're little girls sometimes too, right? That you're a little kid and you're telling people what to do, and you're like, she's bossy. And like, well, she's going to be a leader. She's going to be a manager someday. Got to reframe that. Debbie, Travis, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, I think one central thing that we talked about in terms of why we can't get more people to be really involved is time. I think we all agreed on that. And because in most organizations, you have the same persons in leadership, you know, in multiple organizations, or have multiple roles. And so it becomes a time issue. You know, how much can you really fit in?
Yeah, you know, as somebody who's serving as a co-vice president for the Montgomery County League at the same time as serving as the NAACP branch president as well, that can be hard, right, Debbie?
Yes, very much so.
Sue Lewis, did you want to share?
Sure. What everybody said, everybody was probably asked at some time, but the reason they decided to serve as a leader is the relationship they had with the person who was asking them. So relationships seem to be the major thing that this little group came up with.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the biggest thing out of anything that I tell you today is really kind of how are you building those relationships, and how are you being able to make that ask, and that's true at an individual level and at a larger level too. And I think sometimes we get caught up in the business piece of making relationships where, you know, I want something from you and I'm going to give you something from me, but how are you building that relationship of just being able to show up for that person and ask them how their day is going, and you know, what's going on in their lives, and getting to know them on a deeper level is going to make such a transformational difference in when you make that ask of somebody actually telling you yes, or kind of helping you figure out how to make it work in another way. Judith, do you want to share what you all talked about? I can ask you to unmute, but I can't unmute you.
There you go. Okay. It happened to me the last time too. So the last thing that we started to talk about, and I kind of brought it up, is that I think sometimes in the league, we keep doing, we need to look at the things that we're doing. Because sometimes we keep doing the same things year after year after year, the same projects year after year after year, and nobody signs up. So the same people, usually board members, have to jump in and pick up the ball and do it. Maybe if we didn't be so fast to jump in to do it and just risk not doing that thing for a while, maybe it's not that important anymore, or maybe somebody else would step in, because I'm sure somebody's going to say, well, why aren't we doing that? And we could say, well, because we need somebody. Would you like to help us? But sometimes we're just too fast to jump in and take it over, and we don't get those new leaders. Amen.
Yeah, I do believe that you have looked ahead on my PowerPoint and jumped into the next piece of that, because I think it very much is, right? And so when we're thinking about what are these pieces of getting new leaders and new members, right? I think something that's so deeply valuable is make your asks and your intentions clear, right? What are you asking this person to do? Is it reasonable? Is it something that is a real need of your league? Or, you know, as Judith and her group were talking about, like, is it just something that you've done every year and you just need somebody to fill this position to fill the position, right? Now, obviously, like there's some pieces that like you need some people in some roles, right? But there are probably pieces that you're making more work for yourselves. And so taking a moment to really kind of evaluate whether or not that's something you need and what is it that you're asking of that person, right? I think something that we're seeing a lot with millennials in Gen Z, so folks under the age of 40, that they're in a pivotal time in their lives where, you know, they've got work, they have families, they have you know, this crumbling world that I feel like is all around us. You know, you're transitioning, maybe you're moving from college to the workforce, or kind of figuring out where you're going to settle at, right? There's a lot of moving pieces that are happening in your lives through that. And so if you have a large ask, how are you breaking that down? How are you making what that expectation is of somebody, right? Is this a year-long commitment or is it a 6-week commitment? Because my ability to say yes probably looks very different if you give me what those parameters really are. And then, you know, kind of following up with that, what does this person have to gain out of this opportunity? Or what does the organization have to gain out of this person being there, right? We also know that people are more likely to do something if they find that it's going to be able to help them in whatever their large and long-term or short-term goals are going to be, right? And that's not to say that you only do things if you're going to get something out of it, right? But I think there's this fundamental question that as leaders we have to ask ourselves sometimes, is anything truly altruistic? Probably not, right? Like you're gonna do things in your life that are, regardless of if that was the intention that you had, it's gonna give you a leg up somewhere. And so if you, as league leaders, are able to articulate what that opportunity you might be able to, what you might gain out of that opportunity, you might be able to have a conversation with somebody and get them to say yes a little bit easier than if they didn't know what that opportunity was that they would gain out of that. And that's going to be true for your organization too, right? I think another piece is that why do you want this individual? Why do you think that they're going to be a good person, right? In what this role is or whatever you have. There's a lot of folks that had mentioned that sometimes they don't feel like a leader. So tell that person why you think that they would be good in that opportunity, because it reinforces this self-efficacy piece of feeling as though they have the ability to do something just by being able to give that reinforcement. And then I think the other piece, right? A lot of people on the Jamboard were talking about time. Time is a valuable and fleeting in social construction sometimes when we're working with things. But what support mechanisms do you have in place, right? Who can you really turn to for help and guidance? In one of the pieces at Virginia Tech, right, I serve as the LGBTQ+ the faculty staff caucus chair, which is not a part of anything I get paid for. And one of my friends came up and like, hey, like we really need somebody to be a co-chair to this. And I was like, okay, cool. Like who is going to help me? Because I've never served on this board before. I have no idea other than like going to events, like what this really looks like. And it's an advocacy organization for our queer and trans communities. And like, that's a big deal at a university level, right? And so what support did I have? And they were able to give me that support. Then they all left, but I figured it out. But if you have these ideas of what support mechanisms are in place, right? Many of us are in our communities are probably not leaving for a minute. And so how are you able to kind of help provide that additional support for individuals to make sure that they have it? And maybe it's not you specifically that are giving them support. Maybe it's somebody else, right? Maybe you're an outgoing president, and here's kind of the team that you're working, or this person would be working with. You can really kind of calm some fears that might have from that, knowing that there's support behind these pieces, and really having those individuals that you can turn to for guidance, right? And I think at a local level, and I'm going to speak for the state board here too, right? Like, we're also there to help support and give you all guidance. Like that is part of our role. And so know that we are here to help you in those places. And then I think the last piece, right, is how are we scaffolding experiences, and how are you mentoring and developing your leadership, right? Throughout all of this has been very much like leadership is not a position. It's really kind of about different skills and values that you might have. And so how are we kind of working to make sure that, you know, when you're getting a new member in, you're not like, hey, do you now want to be the treasurer of the organization and oversee this large budget? Especially if that person doesn't have any financial background, that might be a little scary for them, right? But maybe they could serve on the finance committee first, and then they can kind of see what it takes to do those pieces before, and kind of thinking out long term for then that person to be a treasurer. And yes, a lot of this is how are we building this long-term movement? But I think the other piece to really remember is that Rome wasn't built in a day, you know, and neither is leadership of an organization. We have to work to build, and we have to put time into things. And it can be hard, but we're also not in this alone, right? There are currently 47 people on this call that we're kind of working towards this larger mission. And so wanting to make sure that we're providing those opportunities. We've only got about 3 minutes left, and so I do want to take a minute and ask people if they have any questions. I'm going to make sure that this PowerPoint gets to Joan for her to put into the folder. But I also wanted to just mention there is another slide that really kind of talks about mentorship and different types of mentors that I would strongly encourage you all to go back through and read over to kind of see what sort of things, when you're thinking about developing leaders in your organization, how can you be this type of mentor for individuals in your organization to make sure that you're working on some of that development piece.
Jess, there's also a question. Can you give the Jamboard results?
Yeah, so the Jamboard link is on the PowerPoint slide, and so you'll have access to that as well on the PowerPoint slide.
Okay, and Carolyn has a question in chat. Can you see it?
Oh yeah. How do you avoid the situation where enthusiasts push someone too far, too fast, and a person burns out or fails and feels awful? You know, it happens. And I would like to say that there's a way to kind of to stop people, but I think, you know, part of being in an organization is that you are there to work with one another. So if you see that happening on a board, you know, being able to have that relationship with individuals, to have a conversation with whoever the enthusiast person is that's pushing them, and being like, hey, like, this is what I'm seeing, you know, having that, building that relationship of being able to talk to them and say, like, this is that you're pushing these folks too far, and we don't want them to get burnt out before they get there, because there might be a reason behind why that person is pushing really far, right? Maybe they need additional support in whatever it is that they're doing, and that's how they're trying to get that. And so again, like, coming back to that relational piece, like, you have to be able to have open and honest conversations with one another. And it's hard, right? And it's not an easy piece to do. But then I think it's also kind of going to that person that does get burnt out. You know, what are ways in which we can support them in that process so that it doesn't happen, or for other people to kind of step in for that too. Are there any other questions?
Are we going to another breakout room, or are you or is this session about to wrap up?
And
I appreciate all of this. This has been really good.
Yeah.
So Jess, thank you so much. Really appreciate your working us into your busy schedule, and appreciate the time that you devote to League. Truly do. So thank you so much. We are going to take a very brief 10-minute break so that you get a little chance to refresh yourself before our last speaker. So we will rejoin at 1:40. So welcome back. In our keynote speaker, we heard about one of our key projects about getting rights restored to people who have had their rights removed. And then we had a great session on leadership. And I'm pleased to welcome Dot, who's going to give us some ideas about how to put that into practice. So Dot Heffron is the Virginia Program Manager for RelectUs. She has a proven background in public service and equity advocacy. A Virginian from age 4, she holds degrees in both history and political science from Virginia Commonwealth University. Dot currently serves her community as the vice chairwoman of her local school board and has a deep understanding of the challenges within structures and systems that women policymakers overcome. Her connection with RelectUs began with her participation in Virginia Women's Leadership Council, where she worked with women leaders across the Commonwealth to build relationships and expand network opportunities. Dot is presently working on her capstone project as a member of the inaugural UM Fellowship Cohort. Her project, designed to expand equity in her community, is a program that delivers leadership development and project-based change-making opportunities to minority high school students in her district. So welcome, Dot, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Deb, and thank you for inviting me to be here. This is wonderful, and it's such a beautiful day outside. I can't believe this many folks are tuning in. You all are dedicated. But yes, it's great to be here. That was an amazing introduction, Deb. I feel like it's overselling me. I'm a school board member in Chesterfield County. And today's presentation is about boards and commission appointments. And just to give you a little bit of background about me, I was appointed to our Chesterfield County Special Education Advisory Committee prior to deciding to run for school board. So, kind of a big part of our philosophy is that serving on local boards and commissions is a pathway to elected leadership. And we've seen this across the board, no pun intended, but we've seen this across, we've seen this in history. We've seen historically, we've seen, in Chesterfield, of course, we have the Good Old Boy Network. I know that's exclusive to Chesterfield. That's nowhere else in Virginia. But, and a guy, and you get on the board or you get on the commission of whatever department, and then suddenly that person's name at the next election cycle is on the ticket. So we know that this is a pathway, and so RelectUs is the national organization that works cross-partisan to get women elected. And so a big, one of our major projects that I'm working on here in Virginia is a resolution to have, that we're trying to get our localities to adopt, basically stating a commitment to balanced gender boards and commission appointments. When we have 52% of our population here in the Commonwealth are women, and 27% of our electeds are women, we know that we have a big gap. And so I am really excited to be working with Deb and with League of Women Voters, and we're partnering and really trying to support each other in this effort. And RelectUs and you did mention, Deb, the Virginia Women's Leadership Council. It's a wonderful opportunity, and I'll share out that information with Joan as well as I'll share out the presentation when we wrap up. We would love to invite you to join if you're looking into expanding your leadership development skills or expanding your network. So without further ado, I will, now if you all will forgive me, I am no techie. I will try to share my screen and we'll get on with the show. All right. Great, we're good? Awesome. All right, so as I mentioned, so this is RelectUs, and our website is reflect.us. I'll share out all of that information with you all so you can be sure to have, be able to contact us. Oh dear, there we go. So boards and commissions, as I'm sure you all know, they carry out the functions of local government. Well, they advise the local government. Typically staffed with volunteers who are appointed, and they advise the policymakers, usually the elected policymakers, on what stakeholders in the community want. So, for example, you know, if we have a in my world of school board, you know, we have different advisory committees who are made up of individuals who have been appointed by the elected officials, and we receive an annual report of what their recommendations are going forward. We take that information and it honestly advises, it drives our decision making. It definitely, we take it very seriously because we see that as the direct voice of the stakeholders, of the constituents. And so these boards and commissions are really important because you have the direct line, right? You've got the red phone to your policymakers. Now, based on your interests or your talents, there are many different boards and commissions that you can serve on. For example, we have Parks and Rec, City Planning. You know, I was shocked to learn that there are many localities that have a cemetery board. You know, the criminal justice and environmental science. There's you know, this has become a really great opportunity for people who are plugged into environmental issues to really amplify that voice and bring that skill set to policymakers. And so join a board, get involved. Now, you may be wondering, why on earth would I want to, you know, why would I do this? What's in it for me? You know, besides having the opportunity to engage, you have your civic engagement at the top level, you know, you get to be a part of the magic of making policy, right? And it's at the local level. You know, they say the saying is that all politics is local politics. And the most important and most impactful policies are those that are made at the local level. Those, we know that affects our day-to-day living, that affects our schools, that affects our living conditions, our quality of life. So being able to really make those decisions, or at least inform those decisions at a local level, is incredibly empowering. And you get to know your community members. What may be a situation for you and your neighbors may not be something that other folks are experiencing. So you can share that out with the policymakers, but also you get the opportunity to learn about the concerns of people that you may not necessarily interact with on a regular basis. So, you know, when you realize, oh, this is an issue, you know, I don't live near the reservoir, you know, why should it matter to me if they're going to build a gas station next to the reservoir. Why does that affect me? So folks that live on the reservoir can tell you, hey, this is a really big problem. And you can carry that information to your policymakers and really be an ambassador and a liaison to amplifying and sharing out the voices of the people in your community who might not otherwise feel like they have that pathway. And as I mentioned, I'll go back to the environmentalism, or, we have in Chesterfield, we have a Fish and Wildlife Board that informs. We have a really very large reservoir here in Chesterfield, and it's a main geographical feature. And the people who serve on these committees have a depth of knowledge that that when it's collectively, when it's put together with the 5 people on that commission, that they are digging deep, and they're finding out things that they're learning from each other. They're collaborating in ways that an individual couldn't. And we just an example here, we just through that commission realized that we needed to add fish to our reservoir. So we dropped about 6,000 fish into the reservoir on the advice of that commission. I'm sure that I'm sure that the folks who enjoy recreating on that reservoir are enjoying the bounty of that fish deposit. But more importantly, it was to provide a balanced environment to balance out. There was some algae overgrowth, and so we were, things that a policymaker doesn't know, and certainly doesn't have, that shouldn't, we all have our talents, and so you're able to bring your talent to that specific field of interest. And as we mentioned, I mean, you're able to say, I'm an expert in this field, and this is what we need to do. And listening to subject matter experts, mileage may vary with policymaker, but hopefully your policymakers at the local level are seeking out subject matter experts and have the humility to know that there's no way they could possibly have the depth of knowledge on every topic. So, you become a trusted advisor, and you build up that rapport with your elected representative who appointed you, and you almost kind of build in this. You're like trusted counsel, and that relationship and achieving that moment of being able of trust and knowing that this is somebody that you're somebody your elected can come to with a problem and know that you're not going to exploit it, or that you're honestly seeking for a solution, and that's key here. And let's not underestimate the power of the LinkedIn. This is a wonderful resume builder. Besides of course, we're public, you serving your community and lending your expertise is noble, but what's in it for you? A pretty sweet resume line, especially if you're serving on a commission that highlights your skills in your professional background. If you're a real estate agent, serving on the property board, or that you can really build your network, you can build your professional cachet, and this is great opportunity. Now, aside from a private sector career, if you are looking to pursue an elected position, and I'll say, it is a fantastic way to really segue into an elected position. You understand You will gain an understanding of how your locality works. You'll gain a better understanding of how the pieces all go together. And you'll also gain name recognition because you will be in places where decisions are being made. And those people who are making those decisions, like I said, you'll build these relationships and you'll build that network, which will be essential if you're running for or considering running for a local, state, or national office. So you will have, and this kind of goes along the same lines, right? Like this increased responsibility and leadership, budget, and management skills. You are learning things and learning skills. It's kind of a low stakes learning experience, right? Because the expectation isn't that you're going to fix anything, but you get an opportunity to expand your knowledge circle and to, you know, maybe you're not strong in budgets. That would be me. So the budget is not my favorite thing. But, you know, I've been working really, I've made myself, I had, you know, as far as being a liaison, board liaison, I go to our budget meeting. I sit with our budget committee, and I go to our audit and finance committee meetings because I need to build those skills. And so working with those folks, you know, it goes both ways. If you're on these committees, you may be serving with somebody who is on the budget committee, or, you know, the budget advisory committee, because they're a phenomenal accountant. They have great accounting skills, but you are an executive director of a nonprofit, right? So what you understand is kind of one angle of the budget, but this person understands the nuts and bolts of the budget. And again, you come together, you collaborate, and you have an opportunity to really complement each other's skills when you're working on a commission. And, you know, I don't think it can be understated that that relationship building piece of advising and counseling policymakers is incredibly valuable should you be looking to pursue an elected office. And you know, building that network and being seen as a person who is a solution-based problem solver, somebody who, you know, isn't looking for, you know, a ladder to climb, but, you know, just to make their community better and to bring their skills to the table. When you're, you know, you have a great opportunity to do that when you're serving on a board or commission. Now, if you're anything like me, Robert's Rules of Order are kind of a mystery. I do my best. I've taken as many webinar classes as possible, and I'm still really kind of fuzzy. But you learn, you know, you start to learn the flow and how things work, and you learn about the bigger legislative processes as well. So you learn, you know, you're working for, if you're volunteering for a local board, and you know, you make a suggestion, you make a recommendation to your elected body, and they say, we can't do that until we receive funding from the state, right? Which is like everybody's answer. We can't do anything until we receive funding from the state. But so we have, you know, when you're serving on these boards and commissions, you will gain a deep understanding of funding streamlines. I don't know if that's a word, but we'll say it's a word. Funding streams, you know, and just like where money comes from, what's the hang up? Why can't we get the money? Who gets taxed? Who doesn't get taxed? And, you know, I know more now about the General Assembly than I ever wanted to when I took 8th grade civics. So it's incredibly, it's a complex machine with a lot of moving parts, and getting in at this getting in at the ground level, like I said, it's a low stakes. It's a really an opportunity to learn and grow, and very low risk. There's a lot of safeguards in place. So serving on boards and commissions is a really great opportunity to do that kind of digging around and how does this all work? And you get to be heard, which is, it's incredibly empowering. I think, we have a monthly board meeting, and we have time for public comment. And, we have folks who come, our school board meetings have gotten more interesting as time's gone on, but, the people who have the most impact on me are the folks who, the mom who comes in and her paper's shaking and she's nervous and she just wants us to hear that she has a problem that isn't being resolved. And, I admire and respect that courage, and to have your voice heard that way is really, really scary. And as I say, like that takes a different level of bravery. And being able to kind of come in through the back door and really be able to have a seat at the table, that's a special opportunity. And like I said, instead of being seen as a constituent, now you're on the other side of the door. You are at that table, and now you're seen as part of that decision-making process. I mean, an opportunity to serve your community. Is there anything better? I am a public service dork, so I was a Girl Scout and all that good stuff. But this is so great, and it's so rewarding. To be on a commission, to be on a local board, and the folks who are on our boards, we know who they are, and we know who they are in the community. And being on a board isn't something that, I think if you look at most people who serve on boards, you wouldn't be surprised if they say, I serve on my local commission, because they're typically people who are driven to do this work. And so if you are a community service nerd like me, I absolutely encourage you to look into serving on a local board and commission. That takes us to these common misconceptions. So I don't know if I can pull up, this is going to take like all of my technology mojo right now. I don't even think I can. Maybe Joan, I want to do a little Q&A. And we'll just say true or false. You have to be 25 years or older to apply to serve on local boards and commissions. What do you guys think? True or false? In the chat, or, oh, there we go, I can pull the chat. Yay, okay, well that is false. You have to be 18. This isn't like, not like the president. You don't have to be 35. You just got to be 18 and apply. All right, here's another true or false. Is the chat showing for you guys that I'm looking at? Okay, well, I'll just do this. Board and commission positions require you to run for election. What do you think? Like, you have to run for it? That's right. False. They're voluntary. You apply, and your local elected representative will get a nice stack, hopefully a nice stack, because you have a super engaged community, and they will go through and select hopefully the most qualified candidate. All right, so it's a full-time job. What do you guys think? You guys, it's so smart. It is important. It is, of course, that is not a full-time job, but before applying or accepting a board or commission appointment, I would strongly suggest that you inquire about the time commitment. Some commissions may meet weekly, some may meet monthly, some may meet quarterly. Some may be tied to a daytime meeting that might be a challenge for you to attend if you have full-time, keep a full-time 9-to-5 schedule. Some meet in the evenings, which may be challenging if you have a busy schedule in the evenings. So that would be my recommendation, is that you just make sure that you get that cleared up, before you accept, because you're all going to apply and you're all going to be offered. I mean, please. So board commission members are not paid positions. Nah, it's usually volunteer, unpaid. Yeah, typically they are unpaid positions. There may be some that offer a stipend, especially I would assume if there's travel involved, extensive travels typically, like if you have to travel for the work, like on a long trip, that should definitely be paid for by your locality. And finally, you have to be a professional in your field. Yeah, you just need to be passionate about what is going on, and just be willing to come to the table to work for change. As I kind of briefly touched on, I served on the Special Education Advisory Committee. I have a child who receives special education services, and so I'm sure if any, we're all passionate. Every mother is passionate about their kid, and the hell hath no fury like a special ed mom scorned. I mean, we're a whole different kind of mama bear. So, and I was really, really impassioned to advocate for my child's needs. And I saw an opening in my district. And so it was online, it was super easy. It was like Google form. I just filled it in. And sometime later, I got a call back from the then sitting school board member, chatted for about 5 to 10 minutes. Tell me why you're interested. What's your background? And at the time I was also teaching here in the county. And, I was like, I'm passionate about education. I'm passionate about special education, both in our schools and, in my family life. And she was like, sounds great. Meetings every third Wednesday. see you next month. And that's really what you need, is just to be able to express why that's important to you. You don't need a jam-packed resume. You don't have to prove that you've read the minutes of every one of those commission meetings for the last year. You just need to show that you've got something to bring to the table. So on that note, how to apply. The process is different for every locality, most localities. There's only so many ways it could be different, but typically there would be an announcement. So an announcement will go out from your locality and published to their website or wherever they publish their board meeting notices. That would be a great place to start. And keep an eye on that. And if you go there right now, you'll probably see a nice big list, because we're starting the fiscal year in July. May, June is a great time to really dig in and look for these board and commission vacancies, because appointments typically run from July to July. So you can go and look and see on the website, see if, where things are listed out. And if you see something that interests you, you know, there's several ways to apply. Some localities you need to call the clerk, which is not nearly as intimidating and weird as it seems. Our clerk is very friendly. She knows the process. If you just call and say, hey, I saw there was an opening on this commission. Can you tell me how I can apply? And they will absolutely, they should have a very smooth, easy application process. And if you don't see, oh, sorry, that was on me. If you don't see anything listed on the website, or there's no automated process, please call your county clerk or city clerk's office and ask if there are any vacancies. Additionally, vacancies often open up throughout the year when folks step out for one reason or another. So it's not just at one particular time of year. That's just like the May, June, April, May, June is when most of the re-ups come along. So we do have a boards and commissions guide, and I'm going to include, this is all, you can all play around in here. I'll send this out to Joan. But you can look in here, and this guide will give you who to call, the commissions available. It's, or not necessarily commissions with openings, but boards and commissions that are available or that are in that locality. And you might find something that, is a great fit. So, I didn't put the on it, but if you have any questions, or if you have any interest rather, I would love to hear from you. If you're interested in growing your leadership circle, I would invite you and welcome you to look into our Leadership Council. We have some really great women in there, several state delegates, state senators, several women who serve locally on elected school boards or boards of supervisors and city councils. So it's a great team of women who are really looking to help lift up women who are looking to boost their leadership profile in Virginia. Joan, that's all I have.
Okay, there were a few questions. One question was about the political aspect. They said in their area, it's pretty much a party decision. And since we are nonpartisan, how does that play into a large factor? And there's a question also on the process. There's several questions on the process. Who makes those decisions? How do you apply? Which you did answer some of that, but there seems to be a lot of questions on process and party affiliation.
And that's unfortunate, right? Is because these appointments should be made based on who has qualified, who has the depth of knowledge, who is the subject matter expert. And, I would encourage, if you do live in a particularly partisan community, engage with your local officials in a way that you can find the middle, right? You can find that middle ground and say, this is important. I know we may be coming from different sides of this. However, I want to partner with you. And I think that it would be really great if we could show our community that, we are solutions focused, not party focused. There's ways to have that conversation. Frankly, I was appointed to the Special Education Advisory Committee by a board member who is not from, it is in a different party than me. And you know, it's not impossible. And hopefully pointing that out to your local electeds that, you know, this isn't about some national platform. This is about fixing our roads or building our libraries. You know, these are things that we can all get behind. Were there any other questions? Popped up and looking at the chat.
Joan, you're muted.
You know, you think my fingers would work at my advanced age. In larger localities, Adrienne wrote, it's helpful to be a member of the league to help find the commission board and opening. And I know in Arlington, they list them on their website, and I don't know if that's everywhere. And Heather does have her hand up for a question. Heather?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were calling on me. With boards that are appointed, I was just scanning through Norfolk, which is my city. And I mean, there's people who have been appointed year after year or term after term where like it's like 18 terms. And there's some pretty impactful boards. And then, you know, I clicked on the link to see the just posted upcoming vacancies. It was posted June 1st. Now this might be a typo, but it says applications are due May 15th. Now, you know, Norfolk is dysfunctional.
Yeah.
But like,
let's
how are we supposed?
Yeah, and you know, I think that that's a function of, you know, maybe talking to your policymakers about term limits for commission appointments. We have, you know, my committees that advise the school board, we have built into our bylaws that each committee actually has their own bylaws, but I think an appointee is limited to 2 2-year terms or 3 2-year terms. And, you know, we've had really great, wonderful, successful people on these committees that we've had to say, you know, time's up, you've got to take a year off, or you've got to, you know, whatever is built into those bylaws. So Heather, my recommendation would be to maybe, you know, reach out to Norfolk elected, is it your Norfolk?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, reach out to your electeds and ask them, you know, maybe nobody's ever pointed it out before. Just say, you know, hey, do these advisory committees have bylaws? They should. That would be my
Yeah, they have, I don't know, but yeah.
Adrienne, Adrienne or Adrienne?
Yeah, you said it right, Andrienne. I just wanted to clarify my comment. I know that, so I served here in Fairfax on the advisory committee to the school board on special education. And at that time, I didn't have any children in the Fairfax County public school system yet. But I just was interested in education, and the league actually directed me to that. Oh, we have an observer position, so you can serve as an observer through the league on several committees within your community, if you know your league has set up those on various. And I know we have other people serving on, you know, the women's issues for the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors and so forth. So it is a benefit, so that if you know friends that you think would be interested in joining a board, maybe the best way to get them to do that is first to get them to join the League of Women Voters in your area. So that was just what I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
That was perfect. Deborah, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I did put it in the chat, but I was just.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I was just wondering, I'm sure that it varies based on the commission or board that you're seeking to be appointed to, but with the selection committee, how is that set up? Are they members from each of those commissions who make the selections for the new persons?
It varies. A lot of that is really based on how the committee is structured. But typically you're the ultimate, if you're advising policymakers, I think the ultimate decision maker on your application would be the board, the elected representatives that you're of the governing board that you would be advising. So if it was the city council or board of supervisors, those folks ultimately, at least that's how it works here in Chesterfield, is that that is part of our it's just part of our consent agenda, honestly, at our business meetings, and we appoint folks to the committees and then we vote on it, and it goes through. So ultimately I think the authority would lie with your elected board.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, that's a great question. There was one question about how serving on the commissions, how party affiliation and do commissions require you to state a party affiliation? If you, and I'm sure if you work for the federal government, you know this, that the Hatch Act will not allow you to serve in a political position. These are non-partisan positions. You are not in a political position. I don't know if this is everywhere, but I know it's everywhere in Virginia, and we're in Virginia. So in Virginia, all the way to school board members are nonpartisan. So even if I were a federal employee, I would still be able to serve on a school board. And I know this because my campaign manager is a state employee, and she was very, very vigilant in her research. So it's absolutely permissible to be a federal or state employee and serve on a nonpartisan board or commission. It looked like there was a little bit of maybe some trouble with the actual boards and commissions report. Is everybody okay to get access to that? Who needs access to that? I'll go.
I don't see. I'm sorry, I don't see it in chat. Are you talking about something you dropped into chat?
No, somebody was saying that it stopped. It was an incomplete list, but I will go.
The list of localities only ran from A through Northampton, but when you scroll down the entire page, you do get all the way to Westmoreland and such like.
York. I think that's our last one. York. Well, good. I will go through that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'll go through that and just make sure that our communications director takes a look at that and make sure it's tidied up. And Jean made a great point. Political parties still endorse local candidates, and they do, unfortunately. And doing that, getting that endorsement, carries different weight. It also carries different consequences, from locality to locality. Like I said, this is the weight of that endorsement. However, being an endorsed candidate, you're still qualified as a nonpartisan candidate. You can get endorsements from partisan organizations and still run as a nonpartisan. I know it's very Virginia, but so what about the local board? Oh yeah, so yeah, working through your local board of elections to address that. Yeah, I think that's smart. Are there any, did I miss any questions? Yeah, we got that. I'm sorry, I I hate being on a webinar when somebody's like scrolling through the questions, so I thank
It's-
you for your patience.
No, she said those seats are partisan. The parties nominate members to the local board of elections. I believe that's what Lisa put in there. Lisa, am I saying that right?
Yes, yeah, you're correct.
Just want to make sure I wasn't
Yeah.
misstating.
Excuse me, they're to the court. The nominations are made to the local circuit court, and the judges appoint. The chief judge appoints.
Right.
The members to the electoral board.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to be fairly balanced. Is that kind of that's my understanding. That's the goal, to have a balanced board of elections.
It's depending on the number, it has to have, the majority has to be the party that is in power at the state level. And ours has 3. I think most of them do have 3. So 2 of them have to be from the party that is in power. And the other one is the other party that is not in power.
Would that be, that's.
Well, and while that's true, if they were appointed before the change, then it's when they're replaced that changes. So
that's correct too. Yeah.
Sue, is that who's in power in the executive mansion or
Yes,
the general
the executive power, right.
Mhm. Thank you. Look at us learning together. Well, I certainly hope, if you all have any other questions?
I see Carolyn has her hand up, but I think you guys got chat.
No, nothing else in chat, just Carolyn.
Typical. I'm serving on a committee, a mayor's committee to be specific. It's not on that list. And there are a whole bunch of other such entities in Virginia Beach that aren't technically on the boards and commissions list. I just wanted to bring that up, there are other entities out there that might be a foot up and a little easier to get on.
Yeah, that's a great point. There's the ad hoc committees or, specially organized, like a task force committee. You can always keep on the lookout for those opportunities in your community. I would anticipate probably there will be a lot of school divisions looking at safety task forces in the future. And, there's all sorts of special ad hoc opportunities to have your voice heard. And Jess?
Yeah, I was just curious, you mentioned early on the presentation about pushing for some legislation about gender equity in some of these positions. Are you all including non-binary folks in that push as well, or is it just within the binary?
That's a great question. I think that what we're looking for is balanced boards. So, I would think what we're looking for is for boards that reflect the communities that they serve. And the way that the resolution is written, it does specifically address women, but speaks to gender. I'm trying to remember how what the resolution looks like, but that's a really great point. And as an organization, RelectUs has not, we do not take it upon ourselves to exclude anyone. This is, if a man wants to join our leadership council, he's welcome. This is, but our goal being to hit gender equity. But that's a really great question, and I'll dig into that a little bit. I don't even know if that's something that RelectUs has really challenged or dug into a lot, but I will. Thank you for bringing that up.
It looks like, The hands are down. There were hands up. And now they're hands down by magic.
Thank you so much. We've enjoyed our partnership with RelectUs, and I know we'll continue to work together. Peggy, do you have a question? No.
No,
Okay.
I hit the wrong button.
Okay, cool. So thank you so much for joining us and giving us some ideas about how we can be commissioners and serve our communities that way. And also just a reminder to local leagues that if your community has not adopted the resolution to have better representation on your commissions, please consider doing that. Because as some of our members pointed out, if we're only hearing from builders, then we're not really taking care of our environment in the best way. So thanks again. And Joan said that the Jamboard is now in the Google Drive. And Dot, if you would share your slides with us, we'd be happy to share those as well. Just quickly, I wish to thank all of our speakers today. Thank Joan for manning chat and for herding all of the cats to make this come off successfully. Thank you to all of our committee members that helped run the council, to all of our study members, to all of our league members. As you heard at the beginning, our local leagues have been very busy, and that's all of us and all of you. And so thank you so much for your commitment to voting, to our communities, to making a difference in Virginia. We've accomplished a whole lot, reminding you to join our studies, join our issue groups, find out if you need ideas for how to get involved, we have ideas. So just reach out, and happy to talk to you. I don't think that there is any other unfinished business to come before the board. So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
You've got some questions.
Oh, I do. Oh, sorry.
The Fredericksburg workshop is September 10th. There's an event sheet in the drive with all of our upcoming events, including all our DEI events this summer. So we do have Campus Votes, the Virginia Director of Campus Votes, who will be speaking at the Fredericksburg workshop. So you might want to sign up for that, but that's all in there. It's in the drive.
Yeah, and so I think our next big event is June 20th, which is the observed date for Juneteenth. As you know, our last governor made that a state holiday. So I hope that you will join us for those. I think that we've got some great events coming up. So now I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. And I also see Deborah's hand. All those in favor, please say aye or just say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed?
Who are
okay, then we are adjourned. Sine die. Have a great day.